Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And greetings to everyone, and welcome to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for October 13th, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skorick, and along with each and every one of the participants. In a way, we're all co-hosts, we're all hosts, we're all UC in a way, as Mr. Keshe said so many times. I never really quite understood the designation of difference, but apparently there's a reason for all this, and it's getting closer and closer to the time where we'll see, I think, the Universal Council interacting more with the whole structure of the whole system. And again, we'll follow our normal procedure, covering parts of the workshop, maybe a little bit of the announcements. Again, Mr. Keshe mentioned a number of things, and one of them is to delete your cookies, as the Keshe websites have been under some sort of assault or attack. But overall, we're moving to the next step. And the next step is to, again, find out more about yourself, the way you operate. And he's going through it scientifically, actually explaining how this amino acid that we have in the carbon 14 and how we can tap into different elements within that amino acid and to create certain conditions. So I want to welcome all the beautiful people that are here. As Mr. Keshe said, we're living a schizophrenic life in so many ways. And I'm not saying you have 2 or 3 or 10 souls within you, but I'm saying, or Mr. Keshe is implying schizophrenic in the idea that we're living in 2 dimensions. Very regularly, like all the time. Of course, we've only thought it was the matter state, but now we're tapping into this energy dimension of our creation. And I did like that saying that Mr. Keshe used, we're opening the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies. And of course, we know the soul, the energy center, is a huge capacitor, but we just need to know how to tap into many of these things that are already connected that we didn't even know we had this capability to do. And if we understand it, the transmutation, as he showed on the graphs, people are accomplishing it. It's being done. And again, you don't really change positions or move anywhere. Maybe in a full transmutation you do, but for the most part, when you're transmuting energies to feed yourself 80% every day, that's in a way you're totally unaware of it. Or when you go into the work of the soul or the dream state, again, this is another transmutation. You wish for a pain to go away and it goes away. That's a transmutation of wellness of the field. So we're learning all these things. You think about someone calling you, and all of a sudden, maybe that day or the next day, the person calls you. Again, transmutation of communications, what we call zero time communication. So it's a beautiful package that we all have, and all have all these capabilities. And apparently, it's not only man. I don't know how my cat is transmuting, but I used to have a dog and we used to see him dream and we would laugh. He's barking a little bit like poof, poof, and we could see the legs running. And I asked Mr. Keshe, he said, yeah, he's probably dreaming about his family, no different than you. When you dream about the mother who has passed or some other situation, again, this is the work of the soul. And we know all the souls are equal. So it's a beautiful time, even though on the other end we see we're right on the precipice. As Mr. Keshe said, hopefully we see you next week. But it's quite a dangerous time. And the way we change it is, again, through our energies and through our souls, which we never realized we had a capacity to use, and that it even could touch other souls. But this is the teaching, and this is what we're understanding. And even the Universal Council is learning how to use their energies and wishes to see things manifest in the matter state. As we always do, we open up the floor to anyone who would like to say anything before we read the World Peace Treaty, before I read it, or anyone else who'd like to read it. But is there anything you'd like to say in reference to anything you'd like within the Keshe Foundation or the situation? I know Mr. Keshe is saying the auroras continue to happen, these solar flares. And again, all the way down, I think Jackie said they had it in Tennessee. So this kiss from the mother, this blanket, this magnetical elevation of the entire grouping of souls on this planet is taking place in a way remotely, very similar to what Mr. Keshe is doing, but it's also similar to the way we use our energies to bring a change. So the sun, as he set a system in motion with the Chinese scientists. We saw that a few workshops ago, and how the sun in 2023 created quite a large event. And I think the one we had Monday of this past week was a level 4, which there's only one above that. I think it's I forgot, they don't call it levels, but they call it something. I think it goes up to 5 is the most extreme. And I think we had another 4. So as you get processed in a UBISO system, well, we're getting processed as a big group of souls here. And again, I always wondered how what Mr. Keshe meant when he said we're going to upgrade the whole lot at the same time. So this is, and I don't mean 1 second, but I mean this process that's going on. So besides the magnetic fields of the sun, magnetic gravitational fields, but we can call them magnetic fields, which includes both, is doing this work. Mr. Keshe is also doing so many other things. Again, it's all about finding out about us, these amino acids, the carbon 14, and maybe we can play a little clip on that. where he said this carbon-14 actually disconnects the neural system from the physicality. And maybe and that was back in the 262 Knowledge Seekers workshop. So there's something special about this C14, C15, and I know he talked about increasing that within your structure in a way. I think the CH3, as he said, is basically the C14 or the C15, carbon 15. And this has some what we would call magical powers or something embedded in it, but it's not magic as we know. It's the interaction of fields. So this is what he's been focusing on, more about understanding our own capabilities and our own capacities. And that's for each and every one to investigate and understand for themselves. What works for you exactly may not exactly work for me. Or as Alex said, it's an individual understanding of this knowledge and what befits you, as we hear in the disclaimer. There's no peer review in the Keshe Foundation. You review it yourself and see if it works with you. Or maybe you need to wait until you understand more. But there's no one's wrong, and as Mr. Keshe likes to say, no one is 100% right. Even the creator is still learning about his creation. So I'd like to go to if no one has anything they'd like to share at this time, let us read the World Peace Treaty. And of course, this can be found on the Keshe Foundation. This is the exact document that the world leaders, world religious leaders will sign. Again, it seems so far off, but as he's indicated in other locations, Mr. Keshe, in other words, people would accept this technology not out of the love for it, but out of the fear of their own demise. And it's certainly, as many experts have said, we've come right now closer than any time we have in the past. And Mr. Keshe said it's, unless things change, it looks quite inevitable that there will be some exchanges, and sometimes these things can go viral, as they say, meaning bringing in other bigger nuclear powers, and then they may have. So again, we use our souls to try to correct this, but this may be part of the process we have to go through as we understand the bad is used to create the good. And of course, we don't pay a lot of attention to our enemies because they're there to serve us. And we know our work is correct and forever. So the World Peace Treaty, anyone want to try and read the World Peace Treaty? It's pretty simple. And this is, again, just reaffirming our ethos, which this ethos, or the way we're thinking now that we're in and around the Keshe Foundation, is a more peaceful manner of interacting with everything across the universe. Even though we hear there are some problems in the universe, or there are civilizations that are show-offs or like to confirm their existence, Mr. Keshe indicates that the universe, as we look through our telescopes in other ways, we don't see any wars, we don't see any jails, we don't see any factories. And so this is the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence, which again, there's not a lot of matter state, only 5% of the universe. So we need to learn to work through this and within this energy dimension. As we know, man exists and operates in the universe, and the universe operates and exists within the man. What we see in macro, we see in micro, and vice versa. So this is the procedure of the Keshe Foundation is, again, as we're going to conclude today with the video, you are that Magrav, with all the twists, with all the turns, with all the coils, with all the connections. It's just that we need to learn how to use this beautiful creation that we were given, but didn't come with a lot of instruction with it, let's say. Although some people have achieved it without much instruction, they've probably tapped into some universal knowledge along the way. But now we're all learning that we can tap in not only for food, but we can tap into knowledge as well. And he mentioned this child of Mitra who can teach us things beyond our imagination or what's out there. So you can see that there's a lot more to go in this. And as we know, this knowledge never ends. That's why I don't think Mr. Keshe is too concerned about sharing aspects of this technology with governments, because if they abuse it, he won't allow them to go to the next step. They may not think that's the next step. That's part of their probably foolery, where they think, now I have it. But no, there's more steps, and there's more steps on top of that. So again, if they have an aspect of it and they abuse it, they won't go any farther. They'll just be in the doldrums, let's say, of the matter state. So this is the World Peace Treaty again. Anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? We, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our nation, swear with our territory, our council, our religion, our city, our town, a body, or as a soul. Simply put your name, your signature, date, position held, and again, on behalf of the nation, on behalf of the territory. Perhaps you'd like to put a world leader's name in there as well. Or again, on behalf of the council, the religion, you can put that in there, the city, the town, or as an individual, because I think this is part of what Mr. Keshe is opening up, this blockage by the religious community. And then have it witnessed, as most important documents are witnessed, name, a signature, a date, and position held. And this is very encouraging to the others to see a document like this and to question it within themselves. And so it concludes by saying, after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. In other words, it in a way opens up a new dimension. I know a lot of people wish for peace, but they don't think it's really possible. They're not really believing in it. And of course, working through the matter state, I don't think we will achieve it. We've had 5,000 wars on this planet in the last 3,000 years. And as I explained earlier, without the elevation of the soul, all the technology in the universe wouldn't matter, because we just revert right back to it again. So that's why the elevation of the soul and all the systems and the products Mr. Keshe makes are geared, or in a way aimed in that direction in so many times. As we've seen with Gianni and others, you elevate the soul of the plant and it shows its beauty. Well, it works the same with the human being or the cat or the dog or the planet as well. So this is where the energy transfer comes in, but we can also elevate our own souls, as I understand it. And if you feel your soul is too low, find something to serve. Find something that you can serve, not something that serves you. And this is part of this elevation. And of course, what I was thinking earlier, and I think we mentioned this last week, adding this beautiful understanding of the three kings. If I can just highlight that, every time we have to go back to that screen again. But add the three wise men, or what we've heard in the holy books, the three kings that brought gifts. And of course, the Christians all missed it. But if we can employ the World Peace Treaty within our lives, and also the understanding of the thinking good, speaking good, and acting good, you create quite a shield around yourself. And also, I believe you're also in that process of elevating others, because you're thinking good of them, you're speaking good of them, and you're acting good towards them. So this has a calming of the emotions, a peacefulness, and also an elevation for the others, even if you're really not conscious of it, and a shielding in a way for yourself. And it keeps you from getting too high of a blood pressure, I think. When you're not angry with others, you're not taking from others, but you're actually giving to others. And this is one of the keys in the foundation, I think, is they add energy to people rather than take away, or add to the soul, not try and correct or take away from the soul in the matter state. And we're all on this different path. So, okay, let me go back. Now, I know Gail wanted to hear more about the teaching, so I had picked out a few clips today, more and more about it. And of course, he said that we've been covering this for a number of workshops, understanding more about this hydrogen-carbon connection, the nitrogen and oxygen, and how, in a way, they work together, but yet they work separately, and how we can tap into individual elements once we learn how. He mentioned these breatharians, which we've heard of in the past as well. I remember reading a story about a woman who delivered a baby, went through 9 months with only breathing. And this in science is an impossibility, because they say you need all these nutrients, and this, if the mother doesn't get it, child, and she delivered a beautiful, healthy baby, as I understand it. I think John is familiar with that story. And this is what Mr. Keshe had mentioned about changing your breathing a little bit. But I think it's more than that. You need to lock into certain elements depending on what you need or what you want to do or what you want to connect with. And again, it's all about you finding it out about yourself. Perhaps this is the new way of feeding, as Mr. Keshe said, but I'm sure we'll be using the older system, and the work that Gianni has showed us, again, is just amazing. We see how the plants or the vertical people respond to these energies, and even elevating the farmers and the rest of this, and of course, cleaning up. But that is the previous way, and now I think Mr. Keshe is ready to start feeding millions within seconds using some of these systems. But they're still testing. As he said, they tested in the 558th, embedding an orange, a banana, a garlic, a lavender smell. And if you can recall it, you can tap into it and you can see if you can feed yourself. He also mentioned this about the soaps as well. Helping with transmutation, helping with wellness, and also helping to feed yourself. I've never connected a soap with feeding myself, but apparently these aren't just ordinary soaps, as Mr. Keshe's teachings is the same way. It's just not a video that you play. It's much deeper. He's actually touching your soul with the energies of his soul. And he's doing that across the board. So he could do that with thousands or millions, as I understand it. I mean, myself. He's not saying that, but he's saying he's teaching across the universe this way, through the soul, not so much the words. So we're in again to this understanding of this energy dimension, which most people we meet on the street is not prepared to address this or even think in a way, but we're opening up little by little this understanding of this dimension and how this beauty of ours actually works, that we can connect to ourselves and create all sorts of things. As he said, the creator didn't have a partner. So if the creator didn't have a partner and he made the man in the image of himself, you don't actually need a partner. You can release fields and or rays and start the creation process. Doesn't always happen instantaneously, as we know. All these souls have to agree. And at our level of wishing, sometimes we don't take everything into consideration, as others who are at a different level of wishes have to, in a way, or they are aware of all the conditions that the wish will touch or impact other souls. So everything has to be correct. We're learning this process. As I said, Universal Council is learning how to work or bring the peace through the wish. With the wish, we're establishing the peace. And you can all be part of that process. And you are part of that process. Okay. Let's see where we're going to go. I think first we should pull up our workshop. And I'm still having trouble doing a dual screen, so let's spend a few minutes here and there within the workshop. And Gail is looking for some feedback from people. And Gail, feel free. Let's make sure you're still here. Yes. Feel free to stop it if you'd like a certain question addressed. Maybe even Gianni would jump in and address it because we do have John as a translator here. But Alex, I think, is well seasoned. Again, we're all well seasoned in so many ways. We don't understand. I haven't understood the totality of everything yet, but we're on that road to. Okay. So let's start at the beginning of the workshop. Then we'll go and hear the announcements after we complete this part. Then have the Dome of Peace, and then Alex will share some more understanding of this knowledge. But again, it's all been taught. It's a matter of us connecting the dots in a way. And Mr. Keshe seems to be allowing us to mature at our own level, although we are getting a lot of system assist from headphones, from sessions, and maybe even without you being aware of the assistance you're getting. As he said, many participated in the 558 without even knowing that they were participating in this process. So these are, again, the capabilities of let's say, more enlightened entities. And I'm sure the world leaders and others, as we know, are looking at this process very carefully. They're not going to block it. They can push it off, but it will be delivered as promised. And as Mr. Keshe said, if he disappears, the technology will even come out at a more rapid pace than if he was here. So something to think about. But let's take about 10 minutes in 3 different sections. And Gail or anyone else, feel free to stop the video. Let's make sure I'm sharing it properly. And of course, I wasn't. Okay, here we go. Hello.
Mark, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Check on, you can see under more, the host tools are there.
I saw them. Yep.
It should help you with your screen.
I didn't change it. I just left it the way it was set on the default. Okay. Okay, now everyone can share in this meeting. That's what it's set on. Okay, great.
And willing. Hello, Mr. Keshe.
Hello, good morning. Thank you very much. Good morning, good day to you, as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of Knowledge Seekers programs from the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. We welcome you back, as usual. We're still willing to share. Before we start, there is a note that I have to ask you as knowledge seekers to pay attention to, and that is the Keshe Foundation website in the past week has been under heavy attack. Number of our websites were attacked heavily, and it persisted for days. For this reason, we had to do some steps. The Keshe Foundation IT team has worked heavily trying to, clear the mess up. And some of you might have a problem with your internet reaching the website or the store. The system is up and running, but the remnants of this could have created some problems for you. And what we'd like you to do is delete your cookies for the website Keshe Foundation, Keshe.Foundation, or whatever website is ending up in the status of forbidden, and restore it again. And you'll find out you'll get in through very easily, and there should be no problem.
Okay, and hopefully anyone have any questions about that? Or I know if Elias was here, he has his system set on to delete cookies or these tracking things, and on a regular basis. I just do it periodically manually. But sometimes another knowledge seeker said they haven't had any trouble with it, so they didn't clear the cache or the cookies, whatever they call that. Anyone want to explain this, the reasoning? Apparently they embed something in there and this causes you not to be open or direct you to another website. So he's just saying, again, it's part of internet security or keeping your system clean from any of these problems that can ride on the back of some of the messages or some of the videos we play, I guess, or maybe it's just embedded when you accept cookies. Anyone understand that? Sometimes websites ask you to accept cookies, and other times other websites don't. Again, I know very little about computers, and I'm trying to get more unconnected from them, other than with the Keshe Foundation, let's say. Okay, so that's the cookie matter and your computer security. So that was mentioned, and again, they're not going to delete it for you. You'll have to do it yourself. And everyone is okay with that as far as understanding what needs to be done. It's a pretty simple process. But yes, many systems will become a little bit harder or could become harder to work with. That's why I think Mr. Keshe said we're developing a system in a way outside of it. And he said that rare earth material would be the backbone of not only the space, but also the new computer chips, which perhaps there'll be a network in a way independent, and so on and so forth. Alex, I notice you're not recording. Randy is recording. Was there an issue? Or maybe there was with the new system, but okay, we have a, go ahead.
No, Mark, I've my third system is down. It failed
Okay.
to get to the upgrade, so I'm only running the two systems now.
Okay.
But thank you.
Okay, good. Let's continue on as he goes into the teaching, and again, following more understanding about ourselves and this life that we live. You're actually living two lives. And I imagine if you told a doctor that, he may recommend you go see another doctor. I don't know. But again, this is the energy dimension that we can move into, or into the matter state of the physicality. So, and he's explaining really the science behind it.
Following the teaching and understanding and the work of the last few weeks, we move on to the next step. We move on to the understanding of the totality further of our own lives, our own existence. And how we as people live this life. How we lived. This what I call in the English language schizophrenic life of one dimension of the physical and one dimension of energy. And when you understand this, then we are all beautiful people. It's just that we don't understand the extent of our beauty and how this beauty works, how this majestic system of the creation works within itself to connect with itself, and how man comes to understand the expansion of his totality. In the last week teaching, we spoke about hydrogen, and we spoke about what we call the carbon, and we spoke about the gravity and the dimension of the use of all the materials in this body, be it.
So he's talking about the use of all the materials in this body. And we spoke about the gravity and the dimension of the use of all the materials in this body, be it transportation or transmutation, and how it works. again, we haven't matured fully into it, but at least we have the idea that you are that unit, you are that magrev, you are that entity that can feed yourself, that can communicate, that can bring wellness, and can travel across the universe at will. But we still have a little bit more to go in understanding this whole process. And certainly this makes you the last man standing, where you can, in a way, be in any position anywhere across the universe and survive. And that's what he's saying. Do you want to wait for the final bell to call before you start learning to become an educated creator? Or do you want to start the process now in so many ways and learn and test what different positions and what sort of shape or entity you may manifest into? And apparently, we're going to have more and more opportunities to see what it's like, depending on the different amino acids and the environmental energy package that you encounter in that particular location. Are we good so far, Gail? So far, so good? Okay. Hello? Okay. We continue on?
I'm saying yes.
Okay, yeah, I didn't quite hear it the first time. Thank you, Gail.
Transportation or transmutation, and how this works. One in a physical dimension and one in the energy dimension. It was easy to understand that we all live what I call a schizophrenic life. Now we understand about our own schizophrenic, that we have.
I mean, again, I'm smiling. You're probably not going to report this to other people that you're living a schizophrenic life. You just may be able to say you found out other dimensions within your structure, perhaps. But schizophrenic is quite nice too, I guess. But I think overall, in general, if you label yourself a schizophrenic, that's brings some smiles or some puzzlement on people's faces because they don't understand it. But it's not so much you have multiple personalities, it's just the idea of living in, existing, and operating in two dimensions. And of course, the daydream was always something I thought, how did I drift off into thinking about this or interacting with that for a minute? I'm supposed to be concentrating on this. So we all have the capability. Even I know she says she has some daydreams once in a while, but it's the same work of the soul. It's the same energy dimension that you're operating on. And of course, the society at large calls it a dream or a daydream, but we know now it's the work of the soul, and we know now we can work with it, control it, and in a way, ride the soul across the universe into different positions, as I understand it.
A hydrogen carbon bond on one side, and we had a nitrogen, and very interesting. Why does it do this?
Okay, so I think we have the basic idea. He's getting stuck here on the and you can review this for yourself. So I think we're going to in a way move up onto the second clip where he says it's time to move away from the matter state. We're quite enamored, all of us, with the matter state, and we'll just start it maybe just a few seconds before. And he's mentioned this before, that it's time to, in a way, move away from this more and more from this dimension, because we're already quite expert in it. Let's see, I want 2156. Okay, I need to go a little bit farther. Let's see if we can start there and pick it up. Again, about moving away from the matter state. As Mr. Keshe said, he's ashamed to be in the clothes of the man, because what has to be done in a way. But at the other hand, he says that we're here to enjoy the physicality, to enjoy the pleasures of the physicality. So and it's all for you to determine what befits you, not for me to tell you. And I know I had that experience in a way in one of the previous transmutation sessions where I was looking at my stacker and I decided to create the child of Mitra. And I felt that child of Mitra next to me later on or the next day. And then I was communicating with this child and I said, you know, you really don't want to take on this dimension of physicality. It'd be better if you don't. And the child said to me, you don't have the right to tell me that. So I was thinking, you know, that's probably correct. And there's a lot we can learn from this child, but it's not like you have to raise it. Apparently, it's able to exist and interact on its own and manifest whichever way it wants to manifest. But that was a bit of a revelation to me. Even though we know about the shortcomings and the betrayals and the pain of the physicality, that entity told me, no, you don't have the right to tell me not to manifest in the physical dimension.
See, like when we add calcium to this, we get bone structure. We add potassium into this, we get field radiation and connected to some of the characteristics of it. But the next step for us to understand is to move away from the matter state and move in a dimension and a direction where the correction and what we call collection of the whole three brings a common denominator, maximum extent of the field strength of the soul.
So again, he did 3 drawings in this workshop, and he said man would be investigating these drawings for, I believe he said, centuries to come. So it's not that you hear it once. I think there's much more in there. As he said with the cup of life, it would take man centuries to understand the totality of what's going on in that simple cup of life, number 1. So even though it appears we understand it, I don't think we're that mature into this whole understanding. Although perhaps we're being aged or matured in a faster way than would normally happen. Well, definitely than what would happen in the universe. As he said, some of these processes that they're doing in the laboratories of the Keshe Foundation, the universe takes billions of years to do. So again, it's a replication of the work and also a speeding up of the work of the universe and its processes, I'm saying.
What does this mean? Once we find a common denominator, field strength, the same as what we did with magnetic fields here with the nitrogen and oxygen, between the carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen, because hydrogen is always there as a basic limit, as a starter point, then you find the field strength of the soul, the maximum extension of the field, the strength of the soul, because then the soul and the soul of physicality all work within the first dimension with the same dimension. What does this mean? You need to bring a very, very strange but specific characteristic into this. I thought about this a couple of years.
Yes.
The strength of the soul, I couldn't see how that was done.
I missed what you said.
Strength of the soul.
Okay.
Back a little bit.
You're saying, let me see, I have the transcript pulled up, but the next step for us to understand is to move away from the matter state and to move in a dimension, in a direction where the correction in what we call collection of the whole three brings a common denominator maximum effect of the field strength of the soul. Is that what you were saying?
Yes. I thought I couldn't see where he wrote it.
Yeah, these drawings are delayed. I'm not exactly sure. He did go through 3 of these drawings, as I said, and putting them all together, if you understand completely and you understand them quite thoroughly, I guess you'll be able to transmute instantaneous. But as in another location, Mr. Keshe said
I
it should.
think C
Yes?
C15, I think, but I couldn't see how he pointed. Never. Okay, I'll go. I've gone over 3 times, but I'll do it again. It's okay.
Okay, anyone want to make any comments? Again, as Mr. Keshe said, it should only take a fraction of a second to transmute. So do you think you're going to be calculating all these things, or maybe when you reach a certain level of the hydrogen and the carbon combination, it's an automatic? But I don't think we're going to be thinking, do I have enough hydrogen? Or when you do, then you transmute. I'm not sure. Anyone want to make a comment on that? Because I don't think you're going to go through every little calculation if your whole transmutation is just a fraction of a second. It's just going to happen and you're going to experience it. But
Well,
we can control it and apparently make these things happen now. If we can connect to these elements we need. Go ahead, please.
well, the thing is with the physicality, we have a delay in consequences, so we can allocate the time necessary to do the calculations and maybe set up some preconditions. But if we're coming from the field strength of the soul, then we have to depend on that. And in order to depend on that, then we have to stand back, stand out of the way to allow that to happen. Uh, we don't need to be as if a referee in a game to decide if that action is correct or not. That the soul automatically knows if the action is correct. However, we are talking about a duality here, where we have the intention of the soul of the man and the intention of the soul of the physicality. So each has a responsibility, and each one is respectful of the other. The respect or the allowance of the action of the other is unconditional. It's only when we are in the physical state that we start applying some conditions. So this is where we have to understand that we have to back off in that regard, because actually we're the product of their intentions. And when we say their intentions, it's us. It's our true intentions. And so when we shall we say segregate ourselves from ourselves, and a lot of people don't really understand what that means, because a lot of people are now seeking to be grounded, if you will. But getting grounded is really gravitating towards the lowest common denominator, and it's not the lowest common denominator, it's the lowest denominator, and that's the problem. So with the soul, they are going for the uh, lowest of the highest common denominators, and in that regard, they're operating on a much higher energy state, and therefore more effective and more complete, and taking more into account. And that calculation that is required to achieve that It is simply based on fundamental rules. So, fundamental rules of the universe. I hope that helps answer the question there. Thank you.
Anyone else want to add anything else? As he said, we'll be contemplating these three drawings for quite a long time into the future. There's much more in there than meets the eye, let's say.
From years ago in dimension of the work. But what is interesting is the beauty which this brings into play. If you bring and place in here, very simply, very straightforward, put 12, it's not the right color, let me get you a more darker color that you can see. Let's go for a blue. If we take this and we bring it in here somewhere in between and play a slightly different game and multiply 12 by 5, you get 60. Then you understand, if you go into the crystal structure, you find a common denominator why life is given crystal structure of the physicality. If you don't understand this, go back. You have carbon 12, carbon 14, and then you have carbon 60, which is crystal structure. But here at the same time, if you multiply carbon 14 by 4, which gives you the 56, you see how we are connected to both dimensions of the physical life and dimension of the universal life.
Okay, I think at this point, I'm going to switch to that 262nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop, if I have it here. And there's a paper that links to this as well. And let me just show the paper if I have it. Right, this carbon 14, let me share. Carbon 14, share. Okay, the pathway, the free engine, the free energy resource. As I recall, he said if we can embed or increase this carbon 14 within the structure of the man, we can achieve quite a number of things with this. It seems to, in a way, be a magical sort of element, in a way, this carbon 14. And the part I'm looking for, which you probably can't read, I don't know why this is so small. It doesn't make it easier, but he said in here about what this carbon 14 does is it disconnects, in a way, the neural system from the physicality. And he's also saying that the CH3, which we all know how to make, is close enough to the C14 and the 15. I'm just trying to find that little part in there. I should have highlighted it earlier because I did see it. But this increase, I think this is what's happening with the aurora as well. This amount, most of the carbon, 99% of the carbon in the environment is the C12 matter state. The CH3 is very close to the 14 and the 15. And if we can embed this within ourselves more, we can, in a way, reach some of these levels of understanding. But I thought I would, that's the paper. I don't know, hopefully you can see it. Yes. And now if we go to the actual workshop, we'll hear what a important role this C14, and then in the last workshop, he went more into the C14 and C15. It's just C14 adding another hydrogen to it. So, yeah, I'm just trying to see here. It's the pathway. Yeah, it's not there. But anyway, he mentioned in here how it disconnects the neural system from the physicality. And this is why he said man has ignored it. Maybe because, again, it's something that we think is too dangerous, or, again, taking us into another dimension. But let's go to the 262 and hear what Mr. Keshe had said back in 2019 regarding this material. Maybe we'll spend 10 minutes here, and then we'll go back to the third clip about black holes, and you can create that black hole with your amino acids.
We have made a lot of mistakes in the structure of the totality. What does this mean is that carbon-14 in a structure, matter state, will show itself in majority of cases in the body of the man and the work of the plants as nitrogen. But in reality, the dynamic structure of the work of the universe, which is similar as a macro in macro, the work of communication line of the body of the man, it structures itself into line of transfer of energy and line of separation of energy. It's very much like a plastic or wax shielding on a process between the lines of the emotion of the man. It plays a very specific characteristics because it behaves very much like insulation. It's very much like a diamond structure, very much what we call graphene, but in a dynamic plasmatic form. And this is what we need to understand to be able to structure the life of the man and understand the whole process of creation in the process of understanding of the work of the physicality. There is a line of work which a lot of scientists have overlooked, and a lot of misunderstanding in it has brought us a lot of problems to be able to bring the dimension of the physicality into operation of the soul of the man, soul of the physicality, separation of the understanding of the line of communication. And this process will take time to understand in full. But what is important for us is how we have seen the structure of the physicality of the man. And have we understood the separation of the line in the structure? And how everything in that structure comes to be part of the total energy balance of the soul of the man, the physicality of the man, the existence of the man. And to what extent can we envisage to be able to go further? We got to look at the different structure. We got to look at the real structure. We got to understand the totality of the physical structure of the man, and something which comes up and pops up very, very nicely. But as I said, in the world of science, in the world of chemistry, in the world of biology, we have brought this misunderstanding, which now, as I said, we have to correct. And then it becomes a path, it becomes a beginning in understanding how and the way things are brought together, things are processed together, things are put together in the physical structure of the man through the connection of the body of the man with his physicality, with his soul. In so many ways, we got to go back to the basic and make some small corrections or add to the knowledge to be able to go to the next step. If we look and understand how, in which steps mankind has taken a step and has gone through the process of creation, a lot of mysteries about the life of the man, operation of the life of the man, the soul of the man, operation of the soul of the man, operation of physicality of the man, all can be understood. All can be.
So again, 5 years ago, going through basically, here's more detail of what he's talking about the operation of the physicality, operation of the soul of physicality, operation of the soul of the man, and how these all can, in a way, work together or separate, again, without actually moving the physicality. And this is what we'll come to in about 4 minutes, where he says the carbon-14 allows the separation of the neural system from the physicality.
Be taken to the next step. All can be added or can be understood to be added. What does this mean? One of the fundamental problems in the whole cycle of the understanding of the physiology of the man is the construction of the physicality of the man, and how everything has been based on one or two elements, but man has calculated everything else but these one or two elements. This is very much like we have missed half of the equation. We have missed half of the knowledge. We have missed part of it which was really there and we didn't see. Or we never understood that this is part of totality. This is part of what we've been missing. This is, in essence, part which will bring us, forces us. We have no choice but to understand it, to be able to continue with it, to be able to extract from it the real knowledge. And in so many ways, this carbon-14 as the energy of the plasma, as energy of the fields of the plasma, has never been understood in clarity. And man has made, because of his presence, a lot of mistakes in the structure of the amino acid of the body of the man. It causes cancers and it cures cancers. It creates the destruction of the connection layers of the brain of the man. Leads to your age, your stroke, leads to understanding of the total work. It affects every operation of the physicality of the man. It affects every operation of the soul of the man. It affects every connection between the soul of the man and soul of the physicality. And most of the time, the world of science has never considered, never understood that what this means. What can be created, what can be given, what can be added, what can be amalgamated from understanding of the work of the carbon-14. One of the problems of it is that the scientific world has not managed to produce it the way it works in the body of the man in what we call as a Ganz condition, as a plasmatic condition. It has a sequence. It repeats itself in different combination, and because of its dynamism and is what you call separation of the physicality from the neurosystem, man have always ignored it.
Okay, I'll stop there. And apparently the amount of C14 in the atmosphere has gone down over the last 20 or 40,000 years on this planet. And I'm correlating that with, and again, a time period where we used to be able to grow our own tail when we had a tail, or to grow a limb if we lost it, or to communicate with others. Ah, I see Carolyn coming in. She must have hooked up to the grid. Very good. Thank you, Randy. I know Randy had mentioned you earlier, Carolyn, and we're all wishing you well and everyone in that area. I'm surprised to see you here because Randy said you must be a very good electrician. You've hooked up your grid in a way and you're back on. Anything you want to say? Carolyn is in that area of North Carolina, which I think 25 out of 26 counties were in a way devastated. Anything you'd like to say? I know it's you're just coming in and I'm calling on you. You don't have to say anything, but is there anything you'd like to share with us? Thank you for appearing today, Carolyn.
Oh, I'm so happy to be here. I have missed you all so much.
That was one of the main things that I heard. I heard a church and they were receiving some, water and some other products. And the interviewer was asking the person at the church, well, what do these people need the most? What are they saying? Is it hot dogs? Is it bread? Is it water? And the pastor said the most thing they ask for is communication. They need
Yes,
a link
Wi-Fi.
to communication. Tell us more.
Oh, I would like to get a Starlink so I could set up my own, but I'm down at my neighborhood Wi-Fi station due to
Okay.
the
Wow, you're
neighbor.
almost like Alex in Nigeria. He has to take two buses to get a good Wi-Fi connection. Gosh.
Okay, I can relate. I can totally
Yes,
can relate.
yes, and it makes it quite difficult to connect. And so, yeah, we see this, but the Starlink is what Musk was offering to put up or to allow you to be connected to, but that didn't actually happen, or did it happen?
Oh no, what he does, he's donated some, or someone's donated some, and there's different community station areas where they put it up so people can come and do their Wi-Fi thing. So I've been busy doing that and just covering the basics. It's hard for me to get down my road, but I was really blessed.
Wow.
Nothing really bad happened. My car was pinned in for a few days. It's just a disaster zone. It looks like Palestine. It's just
Yeah.
like a
Yeah.
bomb pit.
Randy's been mentioning you in that area quite a number of times, so we didn't forget about you. And again, we were just using our souls to elevate the whole situation. I know Mr. Keshe even said the Americans could take advantage of this feeding system or other systems, but I don't know if there's been any moves
Oh
made.
yeah, if we had test technology here, it would be a breeze. It would just be a breeze. I think about that. Well, I wouldn't be having these issues if we had test
Mhm,
technology.
mhm, mhm. And the
But
weather is not freezing, is it? It's
the
still
weather's
mid-May.
been really dry since it's happened, and that has been a real blessing.
So yes, I was hearing that there were about 25 out of 26 counties that were hit pretty hard. Some of them actually disappeared, as I understand it. I
Yeah,
mean,
communities absolutely disappeared, and they're giving a death count that's way, way, way lower than it's
yeah,
multiplied times 100, whatever they say. It
multiply by
really,
100. Yeah, I was hearing about a trailer park where the entire trailer park was just disappeared, and all the
yeah,
people in the trailers.
right, exactly.
I mean,
And
they're buried under mud, or like you
no,
said, yeah.
they just tore up in the river and in the water,
Okay,
the
into
running water.
pieces. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
I know somebody was, go ahead, sorry.
we had a tornado at the same time that we were having the flood, so it took out landmarks that have been that survived everything for hundreds of years.
And
So
you're in an elevation, are you up like 1,000 feet or above sea level, or 2,000 feet? How much above
I'm
sea
up
level?
3,400 feet. I'm at the top of the hill where from the river, so I was high and dry, but not dry. I mean, there's water running everywhere. When it comes down that hard, it has to go. It has
So
to go
you're
down.
you're over a half a mile above sea level. Yes, I heard there was 1.5 trillion gallons dropped by this storm on that area.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, and I have no concept of what that looks like other than witnessing.
I don't either, right?
I really appreciate everyone here for their sending their energy and that dome of peace, that dome over my place and over my neighbor's place held up.
Yes. Wow. That's excellent. Excellent. What else can we do? We'll include that whole area today in our creating the Dome of Peace, but what would you, and I know emotional balancing has to be part of it, because when you see everything has been taken from you in one period, very short period of time, it creates, again, and many people didn't have flood insurance, which you wouldn't expect anything to flood at 2,500 or a half a mile above sea level. Um, what are the overall needs? I would imagine, is medicine getting in? Is energy starting to get hooked back up? Are people being fed?
Well, it'll be months before I have anything hooked back up because the road completely disappeared along the river. So there's that situation. And there's always you have to get new access to road territory to do that. So it's tedious.
Yeah, it's
And I,
almost like the storm is over, so the whole problem has been solved, you know, now that the storm is over, we move on. I don't see a lot in the news about all the pictures and
no,
all.
no, we can't move on. It'll be just months before we actually have power back. I'm using a generator for
Yeah,
power.
yeah.
And intermittently, it uses is a lot more expensive than paying an electric bill.
Yes, absolutely. And a lot more noisy, but it's nice to have the
Oh,
power. I
yeah,
know.
it's nice to have the power, but I would really, I just got my ability to use I make a phone call 2 days ago, and it's intermittent, but I can now call people up and let them know I'm still alive.
So how many days were you on your own until this point? 7, 9, 10?
Oh no, it's been. I mean, it happened 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks and 2 days ago. So
Mhm. Okay.
it's been really surreal. It's and emotionally, it is very traumatic for people that a lot of people are just saddened and devastated that so much happened here. It was biblical proportions,
Yeah,
basically.
I remember my friend in Fort Myers. He was very close last year, I think, or 2 years ago when they had that storm that went in on Fort Myers, and he lost everything and he felt like suicide. He said he didn't have a reason to live anymore.
Yeah, and there's so many people. The survivors lost everything, just everything, and so that kind of support that we can lend to these people is good. That psychological
Right. I've
healing.
been hearing even we discussed it before the program started, where apparently some of the Russian Orthodox Church in Tennessee was sending aid and help because they had some people who were um, Eastern Orthodox Christian or something in the area. I think they're helping everybody, but they said there was a need for some of their members,
But
apparently.
that's been the miracle too, is to see the communities come together and people coming from everywhere and asking, "What do you need? We'll help you." And that's been beautiful to see that, and it's very uplifting to see it. So much a plethora of things coming in and assistance and from everywhere, all kinds of churches and
Mm.
organizations and just people wanting to help and pitch in, and it's been a real blessing to see the community come together that way. And being here at the Wi-Fi station, I've met neighbors I never met before, and so communities are coming closer. And at least knowing who your neighbors are is something, you know.
Yes, yes. So there's still much to do. Much to
Oh
do.
yeah, it'll be months before I can even come to a class. I think. I hope not, but if I get at Starlink, I'll be able to come to classes. I've missed the classes. I've missed everything, and I've really
Yes.
missed all of you
Okay.
people. So
All right. Well, we'll mention that in the various locations. I know you come to the reactor group at times and other um, programs. So thank you. And thank you, Randy, for continuing to remind us about Carolyn.
yeah, thank you for remembering me. I appreciate that. That's nice. That's very sweet.
Okay. Anyone want to ask Carolyn anything if she's willing to answer anything? We're not trying to put you on the spot, but you're the first person live that I've heard in a number of interviews on the television or on the internet with people, mostly on the internet. I don't really have a television, but anyone else want to mention anything else? So this last man standing is certainly where we need to be, where we can feed ourselves, we can bring wellness, we can create shielding domes and the rest of this. And that was great to hear what Mr. Keshe said about that rare earth material in the previous workshop, where he said 1 gram of this material used properly can create a dome over a nation. And hopefully we move in that direction. I know very similar to what happened in the Dominican Republic, where we saw that shielding happen in 170 mile an hour winds, and the flowers and the other things were just as pristine as they were before the storm came in. So we
Yeah, and I'm
need to,
picking raspberries. I'm picking raspberries out of my garden, and like nothing was damaged on my place, except we did have a landslide that pinned the car in for a few days, but it kept the rest of the mud from taking away my driveway, the rest of my driveway. So it was actually a blessing the way it happened. And yeah, I experienced that dome effect.
that's good. Maybe you can take some pictures if that's at all possible for future reference. Your location and some of the other locations, but hopefully we can provide a dome and feeding and emotional balancing and whatever is needed. As Mr. Keshe said, there's a lot we can send down the line with these cosmic ray bundles and all these sorts of systems. I'm pretty sure they can do it remotely at this point. And but again, it's going to take the government to want the help from the Keshe Foundation. But we can do a
Yes.
lot ourselves, as we know.
Yeah.
But we should be prepared. And, you know, as we were saying earlier, what's happening in the world events is we're very close to a bigger problem.
Yeah. We definitely are. So I believe we're all going to be okay, that we're going to get that turning and it's all going to come out good.
Great. Well, thank you for appearing. Yes, you had a desire, a strong desire to reconnect, huh, with the group in a
Oh
way.
yeah. Yeah. I didn't even know what you're talking about when you talk about what the last class was, because I haven't heard it yet.
Right.
So
Okay. Well, I'm sure your soul heard the voice of Mr. Keshe, and has picked up a lot. As he says, he teaches not only through the word, but also through the soul. I think that's the important way of
Yeah, well, he's been
transferring
on my
knowledge.
mind a lot as wow. We could have it so much better than if we had his technology now.
Yes. Well, again, it's a timing, as he continues to remind us. We're quite anxious that it gets into place, but he said there is a timing and they do have to make sure everything is set. Although governments are starting to, in a way, he said they had a communication that one of the 5 leading nations is ready to move on the gas production. We'll have to see. So something will break, but yeah, and again, these auroras and these solar spots could create, you know, weather that we don't expect. I don't know. He said that would be part of the, not only are the souls getting elevated, but also there could be some patterns of weather that would be not usual. Now, whether this one is, again, there's a lot of theories out there about exactly what happened, and maybe we'll hear more about that, but a very unusual twist that it would stall in a certain area. And we know the rare earth materials are quite abundant there, especially the lithium. So,
Yes, the
yeah,
lithium is, and that was good information that Randy sent to me. I checked it out, and that's definitely it. I was thinking about it. This is the only place that has lithium besides Afghanistan.
yeah, I think it's the
Yeah.
third biggest deposit, 6 million tons.
Right. And look what happened to Afghanistan. So
Yes.
I put all that together and go, oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Well, this is what Mr. Keshe is putting on the table for peace, is this new rare earth material. And he said, we're not making it by grams anymore. We're making it by kilos. So there's no
Okay.
reason to devastate an area or to push people out of an area where you can create this material from fields, as I see
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Well, good. I'm all about it. I will support Cash as much as I can.
We're trying, yes, we're all adding or carrying a small bit of this very large carpet. Wow, that's a great report from you.
Hello,
Even
Oh,
Carolyn.
though,
well, thank you.
oh, okay, go right ahead, please.
Yeah, this is wonderful to hear your voice, Carolyn. I'm so pleased that you've managed to come through. A question that I have is, no doubt you would have had difficulty talking to people about the Keshe Foundation in your area. Do you think it's easier now to broach that subject?
Yes, I do. As a matter of fact, the station I'm at, the Wi-Fi station, this person is a world famous sculptor, and I've been wanting to talk to him about Keshe forever because he does a lot of public works, especially in Houston and Italy and Louisiana and all over in China. He's from China. So I have that window of opportunity to talk to him now about Keshe, and I plan on doing that. I haven't done it yet, but I'm getting familiar with him good enough.
Well, I imagine the sentiment with oh, we're having trouble with the volume here. I
No, you're
imagine
good. You're good.
Okay. I imagine that the sentiment with respect to the government's response has been somewhat, or shall we say, jaded.
Yeah, um, yeah, for sure. The government response is hard to connect to, and I hesitate to do it. They're definitely asking for more body bags.
No, but I
Um,
mean, like in terms of the government's response to the crisis, uh,
oh yeah,
yeah,
that's
the the view that we have from the back seat here is that it did not come in a timely fashion, and it did not provide the kind of assistance that someone from the first world of North America would expect.
exactly. It it was draconian.
Yeah. So there is I think there's going to be a reckoning.
I'm going to step away for 30 seconds. Alex, please carry on, or up to a minute. I'll be
Sure
right
thing.
back. Thank you.
Yeah, I would think that once people get a little bit better settled away, these things will start to be addressed in a more forthright manner because uh, I grew up in the West, and I'm a Canadian, and we see ourselves as a first world nation. And despite the fact that we've lost our ranking, if you will, on the world stage, and we don't have the quality of life and the capability that we had when we were younger. So we've progressed to a more of a third world status, and I think nothing drives that more home than the kind of condition that you had to suffer through. Would I be correct in saying that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's true.
So do you think there will be a change in attitude that you could actually uh, capitalize on to the benefit of the residents?
Oh yeah. I think so. I think that change of attitude is from the sun. And I heard last night on a program that the 15th and the 17th, well, it started on the 12th, but the 15th and 17th of October, there's going to be major shifts in the energy from the sun, and it'll affect all of us. And all of us who are ready will be raised up by this energy. Um, and I think all the elementals will be raised up by the energy because the elementals were real important in this disaster. And I was really grateful for all the elementals on my land and that dome of peace, um, for the blessings that came through in the midst of the storm that was raging. We had 30-foot high rise in the river,
Oh,
and so it changed everything.
I was hearing from somebody that was in the 2,500 elevation, and he mentioned that French River or something, and he said it's normally about 200 feet wide, and it was, I think he said 10 or 15 feet higher in water
Hmm.
flow, and it was 200 feet wide. The river is, but he said the rise in the river was at least 10 feet above, and so
Yeah,
that's just a huge power
that's
rolling
the
through
French
there.
Broad River. The French Broad River, and it
That's the
runs
one.
from all the water from here went into Tennessee in the French Broad, and that's there you go. That's where it all happened there in Tennessee. And yeah, the French Broad River is the one, and it took out all the water supply in Asheville, North Carolina.
That's the
So
town I was thinking of, 2,500-foot elevation, Asheville.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I call it the caldera because it's kind of it sits high and it's surrounded by mountains. It's kind of a caldera, and they don't have anything. They don't have their electricity is coming back on, but there's still a lot without electricity, and there's no water, so they're having to put up just porta potties everywhere, and things
Yes.
like that.
Mm.
Laundry services.
And again, I think there'll be more of these, as Mr. Keshe said. I think this perturbance of the sun, or this aurora, and the solar flares class 4 and whatever, I think we just had it
Mhm.
over the weekend, it's going to bring elevation. He said, no question about it, to the souls and all the inhabitants. But at the same time, there may be some abnormal weather. Um, it's like when the doctor says, I want you to take these pills. There's some good parts to it and there's some bad parts to it. But normally they say the good outweighs the bad. So
And we've
hopefully,
been getting the auroras here too. It's been really nice, but I haven't been able to see them, but I can feel them. I can feel the joy of them. There's something about them that elevates.
about what? I missed that. The joy of
The aurora, the aurora
the
borealis has
aurora.
been,
Yes.
we've been able to see them. My son was able to see it. I look north and I just have a mountain. I have to
Yeah,
go
I
out.
tried to see them last night again, apparently. I didn't see them. I think there's too much light in my area, but I did go out. They said after 10 to 12 at midnight for us, or maybe a little bit after midnight, but I tried a bit after 10. I didn't really see anything. There was about a three-quarter lit moon. I don't know if that makes a difference. But yeah, Jackie was telling us they were already down to somewhere in Tennessee, that this
Yep.
aurora had reached to Gatlinburg or something.
Yeah, it was down here, and they're just so special, just so amazing. I've been able to take pictures of them, or my partner has. He has a
Mhm.
camera he can do a time lapse on, and you can see just a little haze of pink, and then you put the camera on it, and every color of the rainbow shows up in the picture. It's just amazing.
Yeah, that's what I thought I was seeing, was a tint of pink, but I said, how could I see a tint of pink? It doesn't make sense. It was almost like almost clear, it wasn't much solid to it, but it seemed like the sky had a pinkish tint, but then I just shook that off and said, no, that can't be right. But it could
Do
have
a
been
15
right.
second. Do a 15-second time lapse on your with your camera, and you'll get it.
Okay.
If you see that pink, then it's there, and just use your camera to look at it.
Well, we must
Just
be
to,
getting this elevation 24 hours a day. It's just not at night, right?
oh yeah, absolutely. It's 24 hours a day. Sure. We're getting it. We're receiving all that energy from the sun for our elevation, I think.
Mhm. Yeah, as Mr. Keshe said in one of the previous workshops, the mother is kissing the child when he was talking about the aurora.
Yeah,
They're
that
covering us with a
that's good.
blanket of energy for elevation.
Absolutely.
I have another question, if I may, please. The legal system in Canada is different from that in the States. Sheriffs in the States have a special privilege and a special authority that is different from the government. And they technically have more of a community spirit and community servitude attitude because the community actually elects them. And I was wondering if you can comment on the performance of the sheriff in your area compared to that of the government. And you don't have to answer that question because I know it's a fiery question.
Well, no, it's a good question, and I've been so disconnected from news from my area that I can't give the credit it deserves. But I believe the sheriff is doing a lot. I just don't know about. I'm just not aware of it because I hadn't had the communication to know, or haven't had the time to tune in and listen to the radio. We spent a few days sitting in the car listening to the radio, and all the stations were talking about local stuff, but I was only getting Buncombe County and Asheville. But now they're talking about my area, but I haven't been listening lately. But the sheriff situation is good in most places where they're the ones that are getting out with their ATVs and getting out and seeing what needs to be done, and they're also patrolling the roads a little bit and making sure the riffraff doesn't come in and try to pilfer a lot, because there's a lot of
I
that.
heard there was a degree of looting and there was a degree of vandalism as well.
Yes, there's been that, and so they've been doing some work to keep it more secure at
Well,
these
wait a
private
second.
roads.
If the roads and the bridges are taken out, these looters, how do they get in? And then if they do loot, how do they get out?
They use four-wheelers, ATVs, um, um, or 4-wheel drive trucks. You can get passage there, but it's totally local traffic only for me to get out of where I am, because they have to completely rebuild the road, and you have to let the road workers work, and I can't fix my driveway because I need many truckloads.
These looters, Carolyn, are not locals.
No, they're coming in from different places.
And so this is Americans preying on the misfortune of other Americans. Is that
Right. They'll
what
come
you're
in and
saying?
say, "We'll clean your yard, but you need to give us this much money." And they alert us to all the scams that are going around. So they do a
Yeah,
good job of telling people, don't give your money to somebody.
right. And I'm sure a lot of those people can recognize what's happening as well. They're not from our area, although again, the offer of assistance can be deceiving sometimes. How many
Yeah.
people out of those 25 or 26 counties would that be 100,000 people? Would it be 200,000 people, or any sort of concept of the amount of people that were impacted?
Oh my God, I would say it's close to 1 million people. That's a huge area, and
Okay.
there's a lot of people that live in areas. So, like they were talking about the death count in Yancey County is where I live, in 8. And I can pick one community that said that they have 130 souls missing. And so that's why I was saying those counts, you can't
Right.
rely on that. You have to multiply it. So there was a lot of loss that way. Um, you know,
Okay, we
a lot.
continue to elevate all those involved, and we did make a wish in the Universal Council meeting as well for the
Oh,
well-being of
thank
all those impacted and so on and so forth. So,
Thank you so much.
good. Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate all your work that you do in assisting this area and putting your attention here at this time. I feel it, and I'm grateful.
that's great. Thank you. Anyone else have anything they'd like to share? Again, it's almost an omen that we should be ready to handle certain things. But as Mr. Keshe said, we're a nation among ourselves where we can feed our people and we can bring wellness to the people. I think that Gazan test was, again, an example of what is going to be, because I think if these auroras continue, we're going to see some very strange patterns taking shape. And again, unexpected. Who would expect, again, the storm to stall out and then to drop so much at such a high elevation? But again, there may be other reasons behind all this.
Yeah. Thank you for letting me talk. I'll mute out now.
Beautiful. Thank you. And thank you, Randy, again. That was almost like she heard your voice or heard your soul in a way and wanted to connect. Okay, let's go back to hear a little bit more about how we can create that black hole of absorption or tapping into whatever we would like to tap into, energies or knowledge or communication or wellness. We'll take about 10 minutes here, then we'll go to creating that dome of peace.
If you look at this in a very simple way, you have a hydrogen and you have a carbon. In the present world, we call it 13 and 15, depending on energy, not on molecular structure. 13 being hydrogen plus carbon 12, 15 being carbon plus carbon 14. Because you live two lives, now you have to consider both from now on. But interesting enough, if you put the nitrogen and oxygen together, you have a 14 and a 16. So you have a very straightforward combination of 30. Then you see what this means. How much we live in the dimension of connection to our soul. And then, even if you multiply this by 2, you find the parameters of the minimum you can live, you can interact, and you can create a life combination. Then you see how your emotion of physicality is connected to the emotion of the soul. Because this guy is a traveler. He travels the universe. And this guy is connected to physicality, is heavier, he has to get stuck with. Then you find out why, when you take certain elements, when you breathe it in, when you put it in your mouth, playing this game will affect this, and you call it hallucination, you call it dream. Then you understand by controlling the amount of oxygen and amount of nitrogen you take in your breathing, you can control your speed of travel, your transmutation. Or you combine the two together on a carbon-60, you can float, because you create your own dynamic of what we call crystal structure. When you look at the nitrogen being 60% of the air of this planet, elements of the what you breathe, and then you play with the oxygen, which is around about 15-16%, then you understand how your breathing has become part of your life, connecting, feeding your soul for your part of what we call schizophrenic life. The whole problem goes back again in the misunderstanding, in fallacy of what we call science. Look at the life. Just go on the internet and look what this percentage of the oxygen in the atmosphere we breathe. Look at the connection with the nitrogen. 4:1. Isn't this what we saw the gravitational magnetic field of the physical Earth needed? Then you start seeing the intriguing way that the field matter states connect to the energy state of the field. Then, in reality, by breathing the air, we connect to gravitational magnetic field matter state of this planet. This is why when we go out of this atmosphere, become breathe, we die, because our connection with the gravitational matter state of this field is disconnected. As long as we keep the oxygen, which is connected by matter of the dimension and direction to carbon-15, what we call a combination of the hydrogen and a carbon-14, we can survive anywhere in the universe. We don't need the matter state nitrogen of the position, time, and place. This is how when you arrive, you live on the dimension of the carbon-14 with connection to the creator, the line. That connection creates its own composition. You remember the way we said interaction of the fields creates mass, and the interaction of that field package with another package of the environment gives you the weight. It's the same process. It's the same understanding. Then this brings you to a very interesting point and very interesting part, and that is how we go to the next step, how we add to understanding of new condition of the matter, and how we have not understood this connection of the air we breathe. They tell you so wrongly, when you stop taking oxygen, you die, and they give you the oxygen. If they put a mixture of the connection of the nitrogen with oxygen in a specific way, in the time of when you breathe, you can connect to your soul. This is what.
Okay, again, that's very interesting. I'll just bring up the transcript over here where he says, if you, let me share this. He said, if you have a certain combination of the oxygen and the nitrogen, you will connect to your soul. Now, my question is, are we going to be, since the nitrogen is 4 times the oxygen in the atmosphere, how would we create this certain combination to connect with the soul? Is it learning how to connect with certain elements of the amino acid, or are they going to mix in a certain combination? Here it is right there. If they put a mixture of the connection of nitrogen with oxygen in a specific way, in a time when you breathe, you can connect to your soul. This is why some people say, I've seen the light, I died, because at that point the combination fits into it. Anyone want to comment on that? Are we going to be creating that certain mixture by choosing, as he said, you can choose which amino acid element you want to connect with? Again, this may take some practice and some more understanding, or again, you can make if they put a mixture of the connection to nitrogen in a specific way, and when you breathe, you can connect to your soul. And isn't this the transmutation? Now you're off somewhere in a different environment, in a way, perhaps in the universe, perhaps on another planet. Again, You don't have to move the physicality, but you can experience all this on the energy dimension. We're not talking the full transmutation here. We're talking about the energy dimension of your schizophrenic life, let's say. Anyone want to comment on that? How do you control your breathing if what you're breathing in is already preset? As he said, 65% nitrogen, 15% oxygen. How do you manipulate that? Anyone? But I think this is what he's teaching us. We have the capability of doing. To go right into that, in a way, transmutation step. Oh, by the way, I see someone new here, Margie. Let's see if Margie has a mic. Would you like to tell us how you found us and how you connected here today, if you wouldn't mind?
Hello, this is Margie. I am a friend of Randy's. I've been on before, and I really do like everything that Mr. Keshe is teaching. So I try to squeeze it in when I can find time.
Oh, great. Oh, beautiful. Okay, thank you. I thought perhaps you were a new student. I know they've added some new students in, and but thank you for coming in. Obviously,
You're welcome.
you found a connection or an opening to want to understand more. As Mr. Keshe said, he's affected us all with a virus. Ooh, but he calls it a knowledge-seeking virus. So welcome.
That's okay. It's communicable. We can have it.
Yes, we definitely can transfer knowledge and absorb more. This is what we were talking about or mentioning earlier about this child of Mitra and how many different things she can open up for us if we learn to tap into it.
Correct.
Thank
I'm
you.
also a friend of Carolyn.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yes.
okay. It must have been the roundtable connection. We have a roundtable here too, as we're all equal.
Yes.
I've listened to that night's program a couple of times. Thank
Okay.
you. Very
Thank you very
interesting.
much.
Yes,
Thank you very
yes.
much.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in. And thank you, Randy, for spreading the connections, so to speak. And again, you never know when you're talking to someone else, you may open a door for them. Alex, did you want to add something?
Yes, thank you. So welcome, Margie, and that's great to hear your voice. To answer your question, Mark, the best way that I can answer it is to consider the fact that the nitrogen 16, which would be an isotope of nitrogen 14, would be the plasmatic equivalent to oxygen 16. And therefore the carbon 14 would be the isotope to carbon 12, and therefore would be the plasmatic reference to the nitrogen 14 in its physicality. So the question of the blending of the two, would the carbon 14 interact with the nitrogen 16 and then drop down in energy strength into the oxygen, or would the carbon 14 drop down in strength to the nitrogen 14 and then blend with the oxygen? And so there are two pathways just in that regard. But I would say that that would be a simpleton's viewpoint. But the interesting pursuit of science has been that we've been always looking for that little elusive thing, that as Sean Connery went into the depths of the jungle to find that elusive cure for cancer, that smallest special product that mankind is craving for. And then when you look in the atmosphere and you see that the nitrogen is pushing 80% of the atmosphere, and we discount that. So that's just throwing a viewpoint on you for there. Thanks, Mark.
Yes, no, I've been taking a few drops of CH3 salty water on my tongue every day, pretty much every day. And I know he said in that paper about increasing the C14 within the body, and the CH3 is, I believe, one of the ways to do that, at least at this point. Go ahead, Gail. Sorry.
I couldn't hear Alex hardly at all. Your voice is very clear. I don't know whether the volume is down, Alex, maybe.
No, I heard him. Anyone else have that issue? It could be just your connection, Gail, but I'm not sure. Anyone else not hearing Alex?
There is a difference in volume. Yes.
Okay.
I do clearly. I heard every other person, but I cannot hear Alex very well at all.
Okay, so I've just increased the volume and I hope that's better.
Testing, testing.
Hello.
Much better.
Oh, that is much better? Okay.
It's good.
Alex, for me, it's okay.
Thank you.
Yes, yes. Oh, I thought you wanted to add something. Okay, no problem. Yeah, Gianni's saying your voice was pretty strong too. And I sensed it was fine. I would have mentioned it to you if I felt it was any lower than normal. Okay, shall we move on? Or is there something, Gail, did you want to bring something else? No problem.
Well, I guess we have to make CH3.
Easy enough to do. Read that paper, and he even mentioned this in the 559 that the CH3 was also a C15 too. We actually made a little clip of that. You can find that in the Telegram. And again, this is sort of in a way, taking you to another dimension. This must come into play in the dream state as well. But we know the atmospheric amount of the C14 is much less. As we said, I think Mr. Keshe went with Rick on the Wikipedia, and we looked at different amounts. And the C12 is about 99% of all the carbon, and there's a little C14, and maybe there's another C13, I think it was mentioned in there. But again, not sure. But that was one of the ways, and he mentioned it again about CH3 being a very close match. And one of the things that you'll find in that 262 Knowledge Seekers Workshop, that by using or working with the CH3, because we know it has the copper for the muscles and the zinc for the emotions, but also the iron connection, where he said if you can energize that amino acid, and apparently the CH3 has the ability to make the iron to be able to be in a way absorbing and giving to the nitrogen or the fuel tank within your amino acids that you wouldn't have to eat. It's almost like an endless energy of the amino acids connecting the CH3 to it or embedding it within the structure of the body of the man. So I thought we would move on to the what Mr. Keshe said, how they're pursuing, in a way, this new line. He said, we will pursue this work of the soaps. And again, these are not any soaps that knowledge seekers make. He said, no way will we reveal the combination. And it's just like the paintings, where he said, we have the painters paint the picture, but we supply the ganses. So it's going to be the same with the soap. He's not going to reveal the precise combination. And let's let Mr. Keshe explain a little bit of what this line of work, temporary line of work with these soaps. And again, there's going to be a number of different ones. And as he said, they're not going to be inexpensive. But apparently, he's indicating they're worth it. So let's just hear this new line of works. And this is, to my understanding, it's just to be able to get feedback. They're using the soaps and whatever, and then they'll put it into an app or be able to apply it remotely by putting that material into the system. It will pick up the fields and then be able to remotely, digital through plasma, be able to deliver that wherever it's needed in a way, or directed, or depending if you're connected to the system. But it was interesting how he said in that workshop, you've all connected to the system. So this is very good. And as he said, we only need one system. But let's hear this. Again, it's 10 minutes. Then we'll go to the DOMA piece. And then Alex, sorry for the delay, Alex, but I thought what Carolyn had to say was important to share with all of us as she survived this, where many haven't in a way. And of course, we elevate their souls. Okay, the video is not playing. That's exciting. Let's try it again. Okay, I'm going to try and pull this up again. Let's see what happens. I'm going to stop this. I'm going to bring that down. Sorry, for some reason that is not. So to take care of that, what we'll do, if we can, is we will go back to the workshop, and we're going to bring it up to about the break. Let's see if we can just get to that. And I think it's here. Yeah, okay. So we'll hear what Mr. Keshe has to say regarding this new working with the soaps. And there were some breaks in here. Mr. Keshe was sort of trying to pull things up, and that's why in that little clip I clipped out the blank spots, but apparently for some reason it's not playing. I don't know why. Okay, the video is moving ahead. We're just waiting for Mr. Keshe to come back in. Volume is up. Oh, okay.
Mark, did you download it before you tried to play it?
No, I made clips out of the DaVinci Resolve. Sorry, I don't think you're seeing the one I want to play here, are you? You're not seeing the workshop, but I made a clip. I made a clip of this.
Yeah. And when you did the clip again, did you check to make sure it was downloading? Because sometimes you have to download again.
Yeah, no, it's been already downloaded and then cut up in the DaVinci Resolve. So I took that from a downloaded copy.
Yeah. Right. But then you have to redo that, I think. I mean, just check on.
Just to compress it is what we've been doing is compressing the video, and they've all seemed to work. Just so people could put them on their phone without using up a lot of megabytes or whatever their data plan offers them. So they've all been compressed now, thanks to Elias and mentioning Handbrake. Thank you, Elias. And I learned a bit how to work with it. Okay.
Short into what do you call it? Interim time.
It's about 10 minutes.
Thank you very much for being back. Yes, there are a few things which we like to bring your attention to. As usual, as part of the structure of the Keshe Foundation products, Keshe Foundation has launched this week new range of what we call soaps. You see it, but you cannot add it to the cart. It'll be open up in next day or so. This is another dimension to the work of the Keshe Foundation. We will pursue this work of the soaps. It's totally different than what was before. Is the new structure, and we would like you to report back to us how you feel emotionally as much as physically. It's said to, it's one of those twin systems, but now we have brought it into a very nice way as a soap product. It's not the one which I've seen a lot of knowledge seekers making soaps and promoting it. But this is a dual structure, and we would like to see as part of that what we had the Trinity answers. Now we have the.
Just stepping away for a minute, I'm going to let this continue to play. If you need it stopped, we'll go back to it. I'll be right back, but we'll continue and hear this announcement. I don't think this is the actual product Mr. Keshe is talking about, because he talked about 1,000 euro per bar, and you'll hear this mentioned here. I'll be right back. Thank you.
What we call dimension of the Trinity as a soap, but it's set it specifically inside. You can use any of the two combination if you like, because there's a 5 different combination into it. Each one you can use and see how you feel more happy and more connected than the rest of it. On the back of these soaps, in next few days and weeks, we will launch a new Trinity soap and one unifying soap. What this means, very much like the structure you had with let's say Negans, we will launch such a thing for joints, for Trinity soaps, for what do you call it, like the pain pads, we call it the pain soap. And then we will hopefully, in the course of very short time, we will launch what is known as a unity soap. What does this unity soap will bring? We'll explain it in the future. Is for extension of the knowledge to unify the field energy within the body of the man. It's a very specific soap. When you use it in the shower, when you wash your body with it, you will feel that process. What does it mean? Let's say you have a condition which has been the point of your concern. See how that condition changes. If you have a little lump on your, what do you call it, psoriasis, see how that changes. Does it bring the change of emotion? And does it bring change of physicality? The soaps which will come on that level are extremely expensive. It's not just a normal soap, and it's taken a lot of research to develop it. We would like to do the response for it. We would like to see how you react to it. So it's part of the trial. It's still the same clear water, the same certification, the same process. But this brings a new dimension. What we're trying to do is, if I use a soap, can I feed myself? To learn how to create that condition. If I'm in a certain mindset, can I change it? If I have certain condition, a lump here, a lump there, can I bring the change to it? That I still have the lump, but I feel happy, I'm content. I want a blonde hair or blue eyes or whatever. It's contentment. And once we launch these, especially what I call the body soap and what I call the full, what I call unit soap of the one thing, they'll be around about €1,000 per soap. It's not going to be cheap. We have to achieve.
So as I see, what's being offered right here, right now, is not exactly what he's talking about. Anyone want to make any comments about that? This is being offered for 99. He's talking about €1,000. Okay. So this may be just, again, I don't know. There'll be more information coming forth.
We have to be able to do it, and then you see it on the what do you call it? On the structure of the Keshe Foundation.
Oh, Gianni, you don't have to raise your hand. Just come right in. Let's make sure. Let's see. I'm just looking for my
John, please help me.
participants. John, can you help?
Sure.
Thank you.
Shoot.
Gracias. Gracias, Gianni.
Dispara.
Gracias. John, quería confirmarlo con del jabón y porque ya de cuando utilizamos el plasma, lo hacemos con plasma, todo el jabón y los detergentes para lavar la ropa.
Sí, pero bueno, eso es el jabón que preparas vos, no el señor Keshe. Él
Sí,
prepara
lo
un Gans
digo, si podés-
especial. Sí, ya lo menciono. Yeah, Gianni produces soaps and detergents with different Ganses himself. He's been doing this for several years now,
Mhm.
but nothing to do
John,
with. Sí, adelante.
quería decir que solo utilizamos el jabón hecho con ganses y los detergentes todo hechos con ganses.
All they produce, the soaps and the detergents, are all produced with different Ganses. Y los cuatro básicos principales, ¿no?
No. Solo
usas otros
utilizamos
Ganses.
el CO2 y el CH3.
Uh-huh. Yeah, all his products, all his production of soaps and detergents are done with the CO2 and CH3 Ganses.
Yes.
Pero no el GANS, John, sino el aminoácido que está encima del CH3.
Phenomenal. Not with the particular Ganses, if not the amino acids that are produced over those Ganses.
Y lo hacemos en los talleres y todos los que han utilizado ya no quieren utilizar otro tipo de jabón o detergentes.
And we show this in the different teachings we produce here in Romania. And the people that have done so, used them, they won't use any other soap but these. They're completely in favor of these.
Y lo llamamos nanodetergentes y lo hacemos para la lavadora y después de limpiar la ropa, el agua se utiliza para regar el campo.
We call these detergents nano detergents, which are used in the washing machines, and the leftover, the water that's left over in the washing machines, these waters are used to give them to the plants, and they love it.
Lo utilizamos también el detergente plasmático para limpiar todas las instalaciones de tratar con químicos para limpiarlo bien.
And we also use the leftovers of these detergents to clean all the places where we use chemicals, and they clean up everything perfectly.
Mark
John,
tiene,
okay.
Mark tiene un video donde hemos mostrado cómo hemos limpiado el recipiente para la drona con que estamos rociando la tierra.
Yeah, so Mark, you've got a video Johnny sent you where they show how they recuperate those waters and put them into the drums to spray all on the different lands.
Y eso siempre lo decimos que antes de trabajar con plasma tenemos que limpiar con nanodetergentes todas las instalaciones donde se utilizan los químicos.
And also, wherever we work with chemicals, we clean the place up with these leftover detergents before working with any other plasmas.
En los testimoniales vamos a hacer más detalles de cómo lo hacemos y cómo lo utilizamos.
In tomorrow's testimonials, we'll show how we produce these different products and how we work with them.
Yes,
Y
I've often
ahora estamos en Rumanía y también vamos a participar el miércoles donde tenemos más tiempo.
And now we're in Romania, so next Wednesday we'll also repeat and produce some more videos for the next Wednesday.
yes, I'm just
Está todo
downloading.
documentado.
I'm just downloading that now.
Sorry.
Sí, recién ahora está
Ok.
bajando Mark
Thank
el
you, Mark.
material. Thank we.
Yes, I've often admired his work with the soaps, John, and the detergents.
Sorry.
Sí, te agradece.
I just
Él ya estuvo estudiando los materiales que usás o cómo preparás los detergentes y los jabones. Come on in, Gail.
Yes, at the beginning, did Johnny say he makes them soap with CO2 and CH3 together?
Yes, but especially with the amino acids up on top of them, which are produced when the amino acids when you're producing CO2 and the other gases, you always got the amino acids up top.
Those little fatty floating things.
Yeah. That we try to collect nicely.
Yes.
Yes, but only consume yourself just one drop, because if not, you'll grow a lot of fat, I imagine.
Yeah. Wow. That is very powerful. Thank you, Gianni.
Thank we. Y John,
Yeah,
he aprendido a utilizar los ácidos por las gatitas que ya tenéis las fotos, cuando has visto cómo tomaban una gotita de aminoácido de CH3.
He learned how to use the amino acids when he watched the little kittens, the way they consumed those amino acids, and they grew up perfectly.
Lo primero lo he comprobado por mí mismo para ver cómo me siento y puedo decir que es maravilloso.
First and foremost, he tried that on himself, and he felt marvelously after consuming those.
Por los demás, en los talleres siempre le explicamos que tiene que llegar a la fundación y comprender lo que son los aminoácidos.
Yes, he always tells the people that to look into the foundation and learn what are the amino acids and how to collect them.
Y eso porque el carbono es la conexión, el zinc es la emoción y el CH3 es la energía.
The carbon is energy. No, ¿me podés repetir la secuencia? El carbono es.
El, el carbono es la conexión,
Uh-huh.
el
The
zinc es la
carbon is the
emoción
connection,
y el
the
CH3
zinc
es
is the
energía.
emotion, and the hydrogen is the energy.
Y entonces cada uno tiene que prepararlo para lo que necesitan.
So knowing how to produce them and knowing what you're going to want to produce, you use a different quantities of amino acids.
Ok, aquí en la imagen es el plasma que me he preparado en una semana para 400 hectáreas si se está rociando con el tractor.
Here in the image, you got the different plasmas we produced, and this is for spraying on 400 hectares of land.
Y como podéis ver, enfrente de las botellas grandes son los aminoácidos.
And on the smaller containers in front of the demijohns, those are all amino acids.
Oh, I
También
see.
en las botellas grandes son los aminoácidos, pero eso que son en botellas pequeñas se utiliza solo gotitas.
In the small containers, you only use drops of those amino acids. And you just put a few drops in
Y
the
lo que,
bigger containers. Sí, adelante.
y por ejemplo, si lo haces con rociar en el campo con máquinas de esos tractores y ¿cómo se llama? Se necesita 300 litros por un hectárea de tierra.
And using the tractors for spraying the waters, you use 300 liters per hectare.
Pero si lo haces con una drona, se necesita 10 litros por hectárea de tierra, por un
And
hectárea
if
de
you
tierra.
use, yeah, and if you use a drone, you only need 10 liters per hectare.
Why is that?
Y aquí,
¿Por qué es así? Porque el tractor te necesita más por la energía del tractor o el rociador.
pues, para comprar una drone aquí en Rumanía o en la República Moldavia vale 25.000 euros.
Huh. A drone there in Romania costs $25,000. So if you can manage to have a drone, you'll consume very much less water or the plasma water.
Y
But otherwise, you have to
el,
use the
el,
tractors.
sí, John, pero 25.000 euros sin baterías para la drona, porque no es,
Ah,
es con baterías, es eléctrica.
sí, sí, lo están usando todos en Ucrania. The drones they buy
Son,
there for 20,
son muy caros.
25,000. Yeah, for with the drones that cost 25,000 euros there in Romania, they don't come with a battery, so you got to buy the battery apart.
Las baterías son muy caras,
The batteries are very expensive also.
pero lo importante cuando si puede poner marca el video, vamos a ver que la drone utiliza el vórtice rociando, no como la tractora.
Uh-huh. Mark, if you want to show the videos, the drones only use a vortex. And the tractors need much more water to get sprayed over the land.
Y es mucho más eficiente rociar con la drona de como cualquier otra cosa.
Yeah, the drones are the most efficient machines to spray the land.
I'm trying to find the one with the
lo-
drone so we can show it, but I'm not sure if I have
Está
it.
tratando, sí, está tratando de buscar el vídeo donde están los drones para mostrarlo, pero todavía no lo ha encontrado.
Hmm.
está antes de lo que está mostrando ahora.
It's somewhat just before this, what you're showing right now.
Si no, puedo intentar ponerlo de aquí. De
He'll
mi
try and put it
portátil.
up from wherever he is.
That's fine. That's fine. Just take over the share. I think everyone can share here. So let's see how that goes. I can't seem to find it on my desktop at the moment. But thank you for sharing so much, Gianni. Your work has impressed so many people, and especially the experts, meaning the farmers. I think just this, what appears to be a very little bit of inputs and inexpensive is probably worth, I don't know how many thousands of dollars to the farmer, as he has to open up the year with applying herbicides or pesticides or fertilizers. So Johnny has really given a gift in a way through the Keshe Foundation, of course, to the farmers. And we see the expression on the farmers. They're quite delighted and pleased so many times with the results. And so that's beautiful work sharing this technology. Okay, we're just going to allow him to bring it up on the screen. And usually there's no problem, John.
Ok, Mark, si quieres puedo ponerlo de aquí.
Sí, Gianni, ponlo de ahí, no lo encuentro todavía.
Ok. Tengo que compartir la pantalla.
Sí,
Y me
te
dicen
indico
this
que-
will stop author screen sharing. Okay, yes.
That's fine, yes.
Yes. Okay.
Okay,
Vamos a
your
terminar.
screen, your screen is here. Good. We see it. Everyone else see Gianni's screen?
¿Se puede?
Yep.
Okay, great.
Ok.
Gianni, vas a terminar aprendiendo inglés.
Claro que sí. Eso es cuando se está cambiando la batería y se llena el recipiente con plasma.
This is when they're changing the battery and repositioning the guns into the tank of the drone.
This is no toy, huh?
No, certainly isn't.
Aquí, bueno, es maravilloso porque con la drona, con el drone se utiliza muy poco recursos para hacerlo.
As you can see with the drones, we have to use not so much guns waters.
Por ejemplo, para 10 hectáreas de tierra hemos utilizado 100 litros de plasma.
They use 100 liters of plasma for 100 hectares. That's 0.1 to 1.
And this is where he's plasmatizing the land before the planting?
Esto es estás rociando antes de poner la semilla, ¿no es cierto? O ya está la semilla puesta en la tierra.
Ahora solo estamos rociando la tierra, preparándolo antes de sembrar.
Yes, they're putting these plasma waters into the earth before seeding.
Hemos utilizado un litro de nanoplantas y 120 mililitros de plasma para 10 hectáreas de tierra.
For 10 hectares of land, they use 1 liter of plasma, plant plasmas,
Nanoplants,
and
nanoplants.
say nano plants, the plasma made out of nanoplants, and 0.1 liter of GANS water.
No, John, es un litro de nanoplantas y
Sí.
120 mililitros de plasma.
Ah, yeah, 1 liter of plasma ganses and 120 milliliters of the normal plasma water.
El agua que hemos utilizado es del río que se llama Nistru, que es muy cerca del sitio donde donde hacemos los experimentos.
The water that has been used to produce all these gans waters were taken from the river nearby, which is Nidru, as far as I can make out the name. Nigru,
Aquí
¿qué quiere
hacemos
decir?
la
Río
preparación.
Negro. ¿Cómo? Ahí estás mezclando.
No, se llama Nistru. Se llama,
Nistru.
el río se llama Nistru. Sí, que es entre la frontera de República Moldavia y Transnistria.
It's a river that's between Moldavia and Transnistria.
Y aquí hacemos la preparación, nanomateriales y plasma en 5 recipientes de 20 litros, 100 litros para 10 hectáreas.
Here we got 5 containers of 20 liters each for 1 hectare.
No one, 10 hectáreas.
Not 1
10
hectare.
hectares.
I was going to say, that sounds a little small. Now you're saying 10 hectares.
Yeah, that's what he said.
10.
Mhm.
Aquí estamos poniendo 200 mililitros en cada recipiente de 20 litros. Nanoplant.
Yeah, 200 milliliters in each 5-liter container. No, 20-liter container.
Sí, yes. Y antes de poner los nanoplants y plasma, hemos limpiado con los nanos detergentes todas las botellas que son de químicos.
Yeah, those demijohns, those containers, are contaminated with chemicals. So we rinse them out with all those detergents and soaps we produce. Yo los limpio, estos contenedores que tienen con químicos, los enjuago varias veces con el ganse CO2 y quedan perfectos.
No, John, porque los químicos son muy magnéticos y minerales químicos y por eso tenemos que reequilibrarlos.
Ajá, bueno, yo los dejo mucho tiempo y quedan perfectos porque la gente después toma el agua y no le siente gusto a nada. Pero también depende de qué químicos son.
Oh, son químicos muy fuertes que te queman, John.
No, ya sé, los que me traen a mí no son tan fuertes aparentemente.
Una vez que hemos puesto los nanoplants, ahora ponemos la combinación de plasma. CO2, ZNO, CH3.
First, we put the nano plants into the containers, and then we add up all the other different ganses mixed up with there in that container he has in his hand.
Y aquí hemos utilizado 30 mililitros para 20 litros de agua con nanoplant.
We use 30 milliliters for each 20-liter container.
Es tan poco que han dicho que no pueden creer que es posible esa cosa.
It's such a little quantity, those 30 milliliters, that people can't believe that those 30 milliliters can do what they're doing.
Yes, it's hard to believe. It's, again, amazing work.
Pero hemos hecho las pruebas en el laboratorio utilizando el plasma para germinación y han visto los resultados.
They've also used these formulas to make tests with different seeds, and they couldn't believe the results.
Okay, I see the spray now. Okay. I was wondering, I didn't see anything, but this is quite fine. Yes, beautiful. I think
Beautiful machines.
yeah, it looks like a UFO over the farmland. Gosh.
Well worth the price.
Eso hace la diferencia, toda la diferencia de como otras cosas para rociar.
This makes all the difference. Sí, es una hermosa máquina. Vale la pena pagarlas ese precio, ¿no es cierto?
Sí. Aquí es que cuando estamos limpiando el recipiente de la drona con nanoplants.
Here we're rinsing out the containers of the machines with the nanoplants ganses.
Después de limpiarlo con nanoplants, ya puedes tomar el agua de dentro sin tener ningún problema.
Once you use those nanoplants, you can drink the water in those tanks. They have no contamination at all.
Ya no tienen ni olor ni nada y eso podemos decirlo en, en menos de 30 minutos ya está limpia completamente por el plasma.
Yeah, in less than 30 minutes, the whole machine is cleaned up and you can sense it or drink out of it, that it won't have any other ill effect.
John, what height does the machine go to? How many feet
¿A qué
above the ground?
altura huelen los drones? A
Y
unos 10
aquí,
metros, mi
John, para rociar la tierra con la drona 10 hectáreas, hemos tardado 1 hora y 40 minutos.
Sí, pero lo que quieren saber es la altura que vuela el dron.
Eso es reglable, aquí lo hemos hecho a 1,60 m.
Yeah, they normally use 1.60 m distance from the Earth.
No, John, la distancia está en el reporte con qué químicos utilizas.
Pero no estás usando químicos, estás usando plasma.
Sí, por eso lo puedes hacer de 1 metro a 1,5 m, 2 metros, no importa.
Bueno,
Porque no
es la
estás
pregunta
afectando
que
nada.
es la pregunta que estaban haciendo. Yes, about 1.5 m for the plasma.
Aquí hemos elegido nosotros haciéndolo la 1,60 m.
Here we have done the experiments and we've kept 1.60 m distance between land and drone.
En un momento también ha llegado la policía para mirar qué hacemos.
Police have arrived to inspect what we were doing.
Porque si utilizas químicos, puedes afectar otros campos. Pero con el plasma no estás afectando nada y yo me estoy rociando con plasma.
Yeah.
Con que se
The
hace el
police-
campo.
The police were amazed because if you're using chemicals, you can affect the neighbors' plantations, but they even put themselves under the sprayers, and there's no big problem whatsoever.
That's quite high
En
tech.
vez de, en vez de, sorry, go ahead, Rick, Mark.
No, I was just saying this is quite high tech in a way. It's very nice to
Claro,
see the work.
normally,
How much does
the age of
tractor-
the plasma.
how
The
much
age
does
of the plasma, yeah.
He said 25,000 plus the batteries.
a tractor, how much would that cost?
Oh, very much more. ¿Un tractor cuánto te cuesta? 50.000 euros seguramente o más.
Por ahí, 50.000 euros.
Yeah, it's about 50,000 euros a tractor.
So this is in a way
Sí, pero,
a preview of what we'll see tomorrow in the testimonial meeting. In a way, thank you. It's an appetizer.
The next plasma era. Beautiful.
hemos documentado todo para que todo el mundo pueda ver qué tan sencillo es utilizar el plasma.
We have documented all this so people can realize how simple it is to use plasma technology.
Es parte de nuestro trabajo porque no pedimos dinero, no pedimos nada, sino pedimos que compartimos todo lo que hacemos juntos.
We don't charge anything for teaching them all this. We only ask for them to teach others this technology.
Es el arte de regalar, John. Y la
It's the
dinámica
art
del
of giving
regalar.
away. Yeah.
Normalmente, si lo haces con la tractora, se necesitan 300 litros por hectárea. Aquí lo hacemos con 10 litros por hectárea.
Normally, with a tractor, you'll use 300 liters of plasma. With these machines, we only use 10 liters per hectare.
Aquí llenando el drone,
Here we're
cambiando la batería.
charging the drones and changing the battery. Beautiful machine.
Si lo haces con la tractora, si lo haces con la tractora, con los 300 litros, para 10 hectáreas tardas unos 8 horas.
With a tractor for the 300
Más o
hectares,
menos.
you'll take about 8 hours to spray it all.
Así con el drone hemos hecho 10 hectáreas en 1 hora y 40 minutos.
And with a drone, we have done 10 hectares in 1 hour, 40 minutes.
Hemos tomado la prueba del suelo para ver cómo aparece antes y después.
We have done different tests to see how the land is, or the earth is like before and after spraying.
Y es maravilloso.
It's marvelous.
Y además también es muy, muy cómodo para los trabajadores.
And it's very easy to do. The workers are very happy with what they're doing. It's much easier than with a tractor.
Porque te vas a sentar en una silla, vamos a verlo en adelante, te sientas en una silla, la drona solo tienes que saber programarlo y nada más.
You just sit in a chair and program the drone to do the work and just watch it.
Puedes rociar en cualquier momento.
You can
Mira.
spray this in any moment.
Te sientes en la silla y solo el drone te está anunciando también cuando se está vaciando el recipiente.
And the drone is also giving you an idea when it's low on GAN's water or electricity. So you just have to control that.
That's beautiful.
Sí,
And
aquí podemos verlo como hay el terreno, está marcado todo y el drone tiene cámaras para que puedas ver todo lo que haces.
drone has a camera and you can see what it's doing all along its trajectory.
También, como estamos en el campo, tenemos una generadora para poder cargar las baterías.
We also have a generator here to charge the different batteries because we're in the middle of nowhere.
Y hay un cargador rápido que cuando se está vaciando dos baterías ya puedes cargar dos.
We have a speedy charger, so we could charge 2 batteries while we're using one of them. So we never cut the whole ordeal.
Y ya no vas a tener algún problema alguna vez si tienes un drone, porque si no hay lluvia, lo puedes entrar en campo en cualquier momento y rociar 10 litros a un hectárea de tierra.
And whenever you please, you can spray 10 liters per hectare just when there's no rain. You do it anytime.
Aquí mostrando la velocidad del rociado y cuánto hace y todo está programado todo.
Here you can program the whole thing, the amount of liquid you want to spray and the speed of the drone and everything. And you can control everything.
Hay sensores para la velocidad del viento, para todo.
It also controls itself according to the wind that you got in the place.
Porque claro, si hay un viento fuerte, tienes que rociar abajo, digamos a unos 50 centímetros de tierra, a 1 metro. Tú eliges la altura.
If you got a strong wind, you can spray up to 50 centimeters up above the earth. Just control the whole thing continually.
Eso es la tecnología, estamos en la época de la tecnología y hay que utilizarla.
We're in the age of the plasma technology, so that we have to use what we have at hand.
Y en la prueba de los experimentos hechos en laboratorios, se ha visto la germinación de las semillas con plasma ha salido de maravilla y mucho, mucho mejor, unos 10 veces mejor de como en sus laboratorios.
And we've done tests in our laboratory, and we've managed to get rendition 10 times better than whenever they're experimenting in other chemical labs.
Y por ejemplo, tenían problemas con un tipo de semillas que tenía menos de 40% de germinación.
And we've also tested them with some seeds that only had 40% rendition, and they've overwhelmed.
Hemos utilizado el plasma y hemos logrado de menos 40 hasta a 70, 87%.
We have managed with this 40% rendition with chemicals bringing it up to 78 to 87% rendition.
Eso lo vamos a compartir mañana en los testimoniales con más detalles y también en el Plasma Reactor Group, que vamos a tardar unos 3-4 horas.
We'll share this tomorrow and on Wednesday with the reactor group.
Perfecto.
Sí, porque son detalles. Hemos hecho experimentos en el laboratorio de la compañía, pero también en el laboratorio del plasma que hemos construido en la compañía.
All these tests we've done or made them in the scientific university and in our own laboratory.
Y por ejemplo, en un mes hemos preparado plasma para unos 800 hectáreas de tierra.
And in 1 month, we produced plasmas and ganses for 800 hectares.
Pero normalmente la producción de los ganses hemos tardado una semana, porque una semana fue preparar y no cubrir las bobinas.
Yeah, it's taken us 1 week to prepare the coils and nano coating them for the production of the different ganses.
Y ahora tenemos todos con pruebas del laboratorio de la compañía, las pruebas del laboratorio plasmáticos, hecho para todos los que quieren saber y conocer con todos los detalles.
Now we've got all the registered, all the different.
John, acércate del micrófono, por favor.
Sí, pero ya voy en una urgencia. Ya estoy de vuelta. ¿Me podés repetir lo que querías decir?
Ahora, para todos los que quieren utilizar el plasma, ya tenemos pruebas hechas en laboratorios y con los resultados de germinación y todo hecho y documentado.
We have documented all the experiments we've done in our laboratory and the other laboratories, the chemical laboratories, so can share this with whoever wants to know about them.
Claro que en la fundación, en los cursos privados ya están hechos y se comparten, pero eso lo hemos hecho como un regalo para todo el mundo.
Many of these tests have been done in the foundation and the private teachings, but we've done all this to be able to give them as a gift to the whole of humanity.
Y quiero agradecer al señor Keshe para regalar esta tecnología.
And I want to thank Mr. Keshe for giving us and having access to all this new technology.
A todos los buscadores de conocimiento.
And all the knowledge seekers here present and in the different teachings.
Y quiero decir que he actuado como he comprendido yo la tecnología y por los resultados que hemos obtenido en varios sitios.
I have acted through my character according to what I've learned from all these teachings and what the way we have to act towards all people to give them these gifts.
Y también hemos hablado de next step, del siguiente paso, donde ya ni se necesita rociar, sino utilizar los campos del plasma de otra manera.
Sí, pero yo estoy atendiendo acá, que la traiga. Me acaban de tocar el timbre y tuve que ir a atender la puerta. Gente que viene a buscar plasma. ¿Qué me decías? Disculpa que no pude atenderte.
He dicho que del principio estamos hablando que hay otra manera donde no tenemos que utilizar, rociar y hacer muchas cosas, sino los campos y elevar las plantas directamente con el alma.
And we know there are other ways we can do this just by raising the fields and working with the different plants. But I imagine we still have a lot to learn about this. Todavía tenemos mucho que aprender de todo esto, ¿cierto?
Pues John, lo primero quieren que saber resultados utilizando el plasma y después pasamos al siguiente paso.
Acá me están distrayendo. ¿Podrías repetirme? Desgraciadamente tengo gente que me está viniendo a buscar el agua y me está distrayendo.
Ok,
I mean,
como he dicho, al principio los que con que trabajamos quiere ver los resultados utilizando el plasma.
we find that people first want to learn how they can get good results with the plasma. And sorry, I wasn't attending Gianni because I had people coming in with demijohns to fetch plasma water.
Y John, pero también le estamos hablando del siguiente paso, donde no tenemos que utilizar y rociar, sino utilizar solo los campos,
Los campos.
y elevar el alma,
Sí.
¿sí? Elevar el alma de las plantas con nuestra alma.
Así es. And our next step is to work with the fields and not with the plasma waters and interact with our soul, with the different souls of the different plantations.
Bueno, para hoy creo que es bastante, John, porque tú también tienes que hacer algo. Lo vamos a decir el lunes en los testimoniales y en los miércoles, porque ya estamos en Rumanía y tenemos internet mejor.
Fine. Phenomenon. I think it's enough for today. Tomorrow and on with the testimonials, and then on Wednesday, I imagine we'll have better access also to internet. So we hope to complete the whole thing.
Os
Thank you,
agradezco a
John.
todos os agradezco a todos para permitirme compartir eso y thank you.
Thank we, yes. Thanks to Johnny, and thank you all for listening.
Yes, I want to thank Gianni and the team. You're making us all proud. And may your team and you be proud of the work you do and the person you are. And may you be proud of the difference you're making, because you're making a huge impact. The farmers seem to be much happier. Their pocketbook or their wallet is much fatter, and the land and the environment is happier as well. So you're making us all proud as well, Johnny, just viewing your work, Gianni. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you all.
Beautiful. And of course, 800 hectares is no backyard garden. I think it's 2.4 acres per hectare. So he's talking about a 2,000 acre plot, and with
yes.
unbelievable success. Beautiful work. Hey, if we can, we're going to go back to what we were talking about with the soaps and the Keshe Foundation, and just see if we can finish that. Alex, I hope you're okay. We still need to do the Dome of Peace, but I did want to finish the soaps. So,
No problem. Carry on.
Are we okay?
Oh, yes, very good.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Gianni. Thank you, John, for translating. Without you, we wouldn't have seen any of that. And that was just a preview. And we'll see more tomorrow in the testimonials meeting in the public Zoom, the 939-474-503. And then, of course, in the same room on Wednesday for the reactor group. So this was just, in a way, a taste of what's happening, but very impressive. I know Mr. Keshe said this is very nice work, but he's also said this is the old system, and as Gianni said, we're moving to this new interaction of fields again. As Mr. Keshe said, you can either sow the seed or you can get in touch with the soul of the seed. And this is the new way we're learning. But this is just impressive and very beautiful work, and we're all proud of you. And again, it brings pride to ourselves in a way. So we're going to go back to the workshop. I think there's just a few minutes left here of this and what he's talking about, the feeding, also to bring some emotional balancing with this soap, and also as he said, for lumps or anything else, they want to see what sort of difference these products are making. So I don't think this is the one he's referring to here. As I said earlier, he's talking much more, but this must be a different soap or something that I'm sure it has GANs and other things in it, and maybe it's just an elevating soap. I don't know. We'll hear more about it as time goes on. So let's just finish this. We'll go to the Dome of Peace, and then I guess, Alex, you'll have the rest of the time left, as much as you need. So let's finish.
And we would like to see if how you react to it, how you enjoy it, what emotion it creates in you. These are 20 stops which touch the physicality and the emotion together. And we want to see your response. Is standard soap, it's a standard, what you call, dimension on it. And it's, for what it should do, it's actually worth it. When you pay 2.5, 3 million in the United States to reach to the same point. And we take this further up in the next few weeks. We explain to you the single soap in like the body soap, and then what we call the pain soap. But these are not normal soaps. The condition, the production of it is, what we put in it is groundbreaking, and it'll never be copied. Impossibility for anyone to copy. And if you see somebody puts on, know that it's impossible to do. I'll explain one day how.
So again, what he's doing here is beyond our reach of understanding, and may have technologies in there which haven't even been shared with us yet. So as he said, these cannot be replicated. He said the same about the butterflies. The pain pens that the foundation makes are way different than the pain pen the knowledge seekers make. But again, he's not discouraging you from trying, but from my view, these are way above our level of understanding. As he said, they're not going to share the combinations, but in the future of the Ganses or the fields or the plasmas they're putting in here. But in the future, he said he will teach how to make these. So, but it's just Gianni's work is absolutely beautiful. I'm very impressed, always have been. And I know you've showed more than all of us in a way put together. But at the same time, this is just going to the next step. And I'm sure we'll hear some of the writings from the farmers, hopefully in the future, telling their story of how they've come from the conventional type of farming into this new understanding of the plasma science. And they all seem to be, and of course, Gianni's reputation precedes him. Nobody's going to give up 800 hectares to some guy just coming along on the street and saying, you know, I can do this for you. In most cases, I would say, because that's a whole, that could be them going out of business or staying in business. So Gianni's reputation and the work he's documented, and I'm sure the farmers have spoken to each other, actually precedes him. So we thank the team that Gianni works with, Gianni, and of course, Mr. Keshe and the Keshe Foundation for opening this up in such a beautiful way.
And then we'll go to the next step in the same process, in the same production, in the same, what we call material delivery of bringing things in a more direct use by the emotion of the man, or how you feel to use it. These are not medicines, and these are just normal soap with a new twist in understanding the process of creation. As I said, you see the new soaps which is launched. Will be released in the next few hours, maybe today, tomorrow. They're unique, and they'll be delivered, I think, in about 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, whenever it's completely in. And there will be a very limited edition of these. We will not repeat it. It's just, as we understand, is what we call trials of the Keshe Foundation. And then we will transfer these into world of the cosmetics and what we call in many, many ways of application and use. It was interesting to see how.
Okay, and you heard what he's saying. This work is going to be transferred into the cosmetics line, which we know is quite a big and powerful business, so worldwide. So hopefully the men and women with deodorants, cosmetics, lipsticks, the chapsticks, and so many other probably things are, and of course a line of soaps probably. Again, there'll be some for pain and some for emotional balancing and some to deal with tumors and other things to deal with other things, feeding, as he said, and they want your feedback. And this is the way we're keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Thank you again, Gianni. Beautiful work. And thank you again, John, for translating for all of us. Those are, yes.
Mark, please.
Yes. Yes, go right ahead.
John, por favor.
Sí, adelante.
Lo que es maravilloso es que lo que hacemos en la dimensión de plasma, no tienes que comprar nada, sino utilizar que tienes a tu alrededor.
What's marvelous is what we are using is plasma technology. If we use it correctly, we don't need anything else from what we have around us.
Y al principio utilizamos que hay alrededor, pero después utilizamos solo el alma que está dentro del todo.
At first, we know we have used the ganses and the plasma and whatever, but then we're going to learn to work with the fields and our soul.
Y por ejemplo, en el mismo tiempo han hecho experimentos con microorganismos que se tardan unos 3 años para reequilibrar la tierra.
And we have also experimented with microorganisms that take over 3 years to stabilize nature, the different earths.
Con el plasma no se necesita 3 años. Lo haces ahora, ahora tienes resultados.
With the plasma, you do it now and you got results instantaneously.
Microorganismos tienes que comprarlo de otros países, empresas que lo hacen y le venden muy caro.
Yeah, with the microorganisms, you got to order them, pay for them, and wait for them to work, and it's much more expensive.
Pero con el plasma utilizas tu alma y que hay alrededor, ya está todo hecho maravilloso y magnífico. Ten qui.
And with a plasma, you work with your soul and whatever you have around you. So it's practically instantaneous. Thank we.
Right. And as Mr. Keshe said, the creation left us about 20% short. We're already feeding ourselves 80% of the energy we need. So Mr. Keshe indicated we don't have far to go. And that 20% is what leads us into the killing and destroying other entities to maintain our own. So we already are feeding ourselves 80% of the energy we need on a daily basis. We're 20% short. That's not a big gap to fill. I've always felt that I was very impressed when I realized that the creation did create us that way, just 20% short. 80% is coming through your breathing, through your skin, and other ways. Your hair is nanomaterial. And so all these energies are coming in without you even knowing it. And so this gap of 20%, I think with the technology will be filled again just through the interaction of fields or allowing us to absorb more. But we're going to have to work with it and we're going to have to learn more. This is what he's saying about being the last man standing. You'll be able to feed yourself, bring wellness to yourself, communicate with others, and also travel. Again, all in the dimensions of energies. It's beautiful. So let's go to the Dome of Peace because this is where we are on this planet right now. I know Mr. Keshe said, hopefully we see you next week. So this is how serious for him to say that, obviously, the situation, and we can see it in the news, even though the news is not always so accurate about things, but it is. So I think it's time again. Every day we do this process where you can elevate the souls of world leaders and others. But this is the first step. And of course, Gianni has done quite a lot of plasmatizing and releasing Gans waters. But let's hear the first step of creating the Dome of Peace.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, and as we know, every Sunday, and you're not limited, of course, to Sunday, but at 12 p.m. and 6 p.m., we release Gans waters collectively. As Mr. Keshe said, we're much stronger together. And of course, it's going to connect wellness systems and probably a lot of other things that are going to be delivered. I remember him saying these would connect the release of the Gans water, something for our physicality to do, would connect wellness centers. Maybe they're going to connect satellite souls and the major unit that's in Europe. And so releasing the Gans waters, again, they've been doing it in China for a decade. And it knows where to go and it knows what to do in bringing balance and calmness and peace. So always you can release Gans waters, but collectively we're doing it on Sunday as the request of the Keshe Foundation until we reach that permanent peaceful condition on this planet. So that's the first step of the Dome of Peace, something for your physicality. And now, as we're learning with the food to move into the energy dimension, we're also learning the same thing with our souls. And I want to thank Stefania for stating the last one, and we thank Shweta as well, because now we're moving into this energy dimension where we can bring the changes through our energies to ourselves or to others if they accept it.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Keshe.
Okay, thank you, Shweta. And of course, you can also join the Brazilians on a daily basis, 7 days a week, 2 a.m. Central European Summertime, for a formal meeting on Keshe Brazil, I believe it is, or Keshe. There are links usually put in the Telegram where you can again join with others in a formal meeting. But as I said, the Universal Council is also participating in this process, and let me just share that invitation, which every day at 9 p.m. Central European Summertime. And of course, we're about to switch to Central European time, I think at the end of this month, maybe the 27th. So times will change a little bit depending, but collectively, we're using our souls to bring the change and unifying every day at the 9 p.m. CEST. And again, you can spend 1 second or 1 minute or whatever you'd like to be part of this bringing the change. We'll never bring the change operating in the physical dimension, as I understand it. And I've tried a little bit over the years with better policies and better programs, but until we reach these souls, the world leaders, religious leaders, and we know they need a lot of elevation. As Mr. Keshe said, they're so low that this is the only position they think they can be in. But now that we know, we can share our souls and elevate the others, and this is what happens every day. And you can be working, you can be farming, whatever you do. The physicality is not involved in this process. It's just the energies, and collectively, we're much stronger. And this is how even the Universal Council is learning. This is how you bring the change, not through so much the matter state. As Mr. Keshe said, I'll handle the matter state and you start practicing working through your soul. So again, we're going to just take, I'm just looking for my background here, and let's share this again. Let's just take about 2.5 minutes of silence where we collectively gather and work through our souls and give through our souls to elevate in a way the others. And this is a beautiful process, and I know the soul is kind of a foreign term, and working this way is not the way most people work. They want to roll up their sleeves and get their hands dirty and physically do something. But these energies, because we have that mother connection through the Creator, we can instantaneously touch and elevate them. And as Mr. Keshe said, it's not a day job. This takes quite a lot of work, but it appears many different factors are weighing in. We have the sun, we have the Keshe Foundation with the products, we have humanity starting to reach a tipping point. And when we reach that tipping point, we'll see the solution manifest in the matter state. So let's take 2.5 minutes and just enjoy the process. And this is what happens every day as you choose to join. And of course, you, as we heard in the video, don't just do it once a week. Do it all the time. That was the request from Mr. Keshe. So thank you all. Let's just take a moment of silence for 2.5 minutes. And of course, include what we heard from Carolyn. She said there's probably over 1 million people that are in quite a bit of distress, and you have the children and you have the pets being rescued. And I just happened to see a picture of a dog that was rescued, and he looked at the guy. The picture was just caught so beautifully where the dog just looked so grateful. If you could think a dog could look grateful, but just the way his head was tilted and his eyes were looking, he realized that that person had saved his physicality and came to the rescue. And this is what we're doing, but we're doing it on the energy level completely, if we can. Of course, if we saw a pet chained to a fence or in distress, we would try to help as well in the matter state. But so let's just take a bit of time and again, try and exercise this process every day. Thank you. And thank you all for continuing this process. It's quite easy to work through this dimension. You don't have to move the physicality, make a call, write a letter, hold a placard and protest. It can all be done right from wherever you are. and to reach out. And this is what we're all learning, to work through these energies that we didn't think was possible, or only the creator could do such things. But now, of course, we know we are the creator, or a part of the creator, I should say, and we're the Messiah for ourselves, especially as the last man standing. So thank you all for your continued participation in this process as you choose. And now I think it's we're definitely more than time to go to Alex here. Sorry for the delay, but I think it all worked out quite nicely. We all got to see more of the work going on in Romania and other parts of this planet. So, Alex, we welcome you and we look forward to what you'd like to share with all of us today. Thank you again for your presence.
Well, thank you very much, Mark. What a great show today. This is really, really good. And now all of a sudden, where is the
Okay, take your
where's the
time.
screen?
And just to invite everybody again to the testimonial meeting tomorrow at 8 p.m. Central European Summer Time. And we've seen a little bit of the work of Gianni, and we'll see more tomorrow and more. And if you have a testimonial, feel free to share it, even if it's a small one. Gianni has raised his hand. You don't need to raise your hand. Just come right in, Gianni. Your family.
Yes, Horatio tomorrow is present.
Okay, Horatio will be doing the translation tomorrow. See? Okay, I think something happened there. Alex, are you ready to move forward? So, John, I think Horatio will be filling in for you, but thank you again as well. Made a beautiful program today. Thank you. Alex, how are
Well,
we looking?
I have no idea. For some reason I can't share the screen.
Oh, that's not good. Let me stop my sharing. Okay, we are seeing your screen. I think you are sharing. You have to highlight one of those individual panels and then hit the share button every time you change, apparently. It seems to be a very awkward way of doing it, but let's let Alex play with the system. I can also pause the recording, Alex, if you need time to set it. I know
I don't understand. I mean, this is
I know. I didn't either. I haven't. I've wondered why I've had so much problem with even highlighting the share sound and share video. I don't think we've changed anything. But as I said, we can pause the recording.
well, I see your screen, so I can't, for some reason, I can't.
Thank you for coming in, and
Yeah.
thank you for sharing with us today. I know it's been a little bit not easy for all of us, including Rick and even Mr. Keshe using the whiteboard. So we're just getting used to some new controls and some new systems, and it may take a bit of time to get used to. I couldn't find the resume recording button. No problem. Go right ahead, Alex. Thank you again.
Well, thank you all for putting up with all these technical difficulties. Welcome to the year 2024. And it's a beautiful Sunday afternoon, and all of us are here as the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting for a very, very important purpose, and that is to bring the technology to the world because the world is waiting. So thank you all for participating. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We're discussing the intermediate transmutation series here. Today's topic is covalent bonding. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is October the 13th, 2024. And this is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So it's a continuation of the years of teaching that we've been trying to do to kind of distill all the knowledge so that the new knowledge seekers can actually come in at some point and pick and choose whatever they want to try and catch up. We have over 10 years of teachings, which is representing thousands of hours, and it's really difficult to keep up. So it's hard for us as mature teachers and students to do this, and it's very difficult for new students to come in. But there is a rhyme and a reason, and the reason is because we are on the hesitancy highway, and that hesitancy highway is the lowest energy state. And so many of us choose to do the crossing on the donkey. And this hesitancy highway seems to be the bonding highway. So when we say the bonding highway, that is the reason the chicken crossed the road, to go from one side of the bonding highway to the other side of the bonding highway. And why would we want to do that? And if we went to the other side, could we come back? And this is the point. When we're searching for outer space, which is, again, going from the bonding highway to the plasma highway to our little pie in the sky, so it is kind of taking us out of our comfort zone. But, you know, it really is an anomaly to call it a comfort zone, because it's not very comforting when you become vulnerable very, very easily to the whims of others, and it can be very disruptive, as we found with many of the weather problems that we've had around the planet, among other things, and of course war and civil strife that also accounts for it, and then the economic hardship. So we don't need to rattle off all the dilemmas. What we need to say is that in the absence of the technology, it would be indeed very depressing. And this is one of the reasons we want to focus on our search for outer space, because this is not the way it is in outer space. It's only this way in our little tiny piece of pie in the sky. And why is that, as we're trying to find out? And why is not the answer? Why is the result? And why is not the question? But why is the reality? So if we look at where we are and we say that's our reality, then what is the rest of it? Is that not part of our reality? So we now have to take that into account. And Marin Keshe has tried to describe this in the three books. The first one being the universal order of creation of matter. And this was very, very important because it brought matter, antimatter, and dark matter together as a fundamental science. But where did that come from? And how did it manifest? And so we find in book number 2, the structure of the light. And this was an interesting headline, because how does light have a structure? You know, when you think of a structure, you think of scaffolding and foundations and roofs on buildings and things like that. But the structure of a light has a structure. And in that process, book number 3 talks about the origin of the universe. So that means that the structure of the light was the connection between the origin of the universe and our little tiny perfect world. And so on that basis, we see that the energy coming from the universe is unconditional. And so when we were asking for 347 weeks in a row with Rick Crammon and the World Council to bring understanding of one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace, it's not really asking for too much. In fact, it's basically asking for the least, because if without peace, you know, it's not a beautiful place to be, is it? And why is that? And why would we come to a place that's not beautiful to be? And what causes this to be that way? We've been given 10 commandments. And if we follow those 10 commandments, things should work out, but they only seem to work out one day a week. And then we find, well, there's a problem. There's other missing commandments. So now there's 24 commandments, and it really sheds light on everything that we need to know about our existence on this planet and our conduct. And so there is a disconnect between what we need to see on this planet and what we need to see in the universe. And we are on this planet and we are ignoring what's happening in the universe. But can we do that? Because when we're talking about getting on that plasma highway, we have to understand where we are. And so we've gone through a series of the transmission highway to understand about the frequency and pressure and temperature. And we found that it's a really slow way to go, and we tried to elevate onto the transition highway. And so as we set our compasses and trying to understand this, we're now trying to figure out how to get on the transmutation highway and what exactly does it mean. And so here we are on the bonding highway trying to find the exit from the bonding highway to the transmutation highway, and we just can't find that exit, and we can't find the on-ramp to the transmutation highway, because we're stuck on this maggraph pie chart where we see that the speed of light is a constant transmission, but we have a variable transition. And how is that possible? And then we find, well, then maybe the speed of light is just a part of that pie. And this is what we're exploring, because we've been told that the universe is light years away. Light years meaning the speed of light, how long it takes to travel in 1 year. And so that determines how far it is. But is that correct? And so as we are trying to figure out where we are, we find that we may be disconnected or conflicted in a zone between the affinity and the prejudice. And why do we say that? It's because when we're tracking these dimensions, we find that the X, Y, and Z axis are fundamental 3 dimensions, and we can understand that in our physicality. But we found that that is only one component of the transmission that we have. And so when we're talking about that transmission, we have to understand that there's 3 dimensions of that transmission, and together they create that medium. And that medium is not the only medium. And so we transition through another dimension. And of course, that transition has 3 dimensions. And so that transition is another medium that elevates to a higher energy state where we encounter another transmission energy state, another medium. And then there's more. And then we are now looking at the transmutation dimension. And so we're starting to see this pattern that this transmutation dimension seems to be the goal that takes us from the transmission dimension, elevates us through the transition dimension, and gets us into the transmutation dimension. But, we're not there yet because we don't seem to understand the rules. And the reason for the rules is because we have to make relationship choices. We cannot operate in singularity. So when we do that and we see that we're in the lowest energy state, and if we want to elevate into a higher energy state, then we have to bring these dimensions together so that we can move. And we can pick and choose, which dimension we want to move. And then once we do pick and choose that particular dimension, then how do we move from that dimension to an even higher dimension? And that becomes another challenge, and we haven't mastered the first challenge. So what we're seeing is that there are conservation of energies. These are rules. And so we've discovered that the matter-gen convergence is based on the susceptibility. And this means that we have an atomic state, which is the lowest energy state. Then we have a higher state called a nanostate and a higher state called a Gantt state. And these are all still in physical matter state, but they impact us on a plasmatic matter state level, which is why they're called the matter-gen convergence. And how we move from state to state, which is supposedly in balance, is based on what we call susceptibility. So then we have to look at how we go from one state to another state. And so there is what we call a transfer state in between these states. And that state also has to be as a Magarav energy state. It just happens to be in between these other states. So it becomes part of the what we call the covalent bonding highway. And so that leads us to another relationship where we're comparing the singularity of our world versus the duality of our world, which is the true reality, because there are things that we're seeing that are happening in the background that are affecting our life. And just because we choose to discount that doesn't mean that it's not there. It is there. It is always part of the relationship choices. And so you can pick one side of the equation, or you can pick the other side of the equation. But the thing is that there's a relationship. And you can pick the energy state, and you can pick a lower energy state, and there's a relationship there as well. And so this is what we want to discuss today, because when we were discussing the basic science of surface to volume ratios, we see that 1 + 1 is more than 2. And so we question, well, is the first one and the second one the same one? And of course, it's not. So it's just that we see that 1 and 1 and produces 2, but we're saying there's a synergy here and it produces more than 2. And the reason for that is because we're used to producing something, in, say, creating a product, and then what's left over is what we call garbage or residue. And maybe we can recycle it, or maybe we can reuse it in some other fashion, or maybe we can just throw it away. But in the universe, you can't do it because there's no place to throw away. And so when we're looking at the result of being 2, we have to understand that the first 2, the 1 and the 1, are 2 feeding dimensions. And the 2 is the feedback dimension. However, you still have the 2 feeding dimensions. And so as we get the result of the feedback dimension, this impacts the feeding dimensions. So for instance, if you're hungry and you want to eat and you put food on the plate, and once you consume all the food on the plate, at that point, you're no longer hungry. So you've been fed. And the reason you know you've been fed is because you get this feedback. Would you put more food on the plate? Would you continue to feed? But you just ate. So it's not a continuous conveyor belt of feeding, is it? This is one of the reasons you get the feedback, because you get the satisfaction of having been fed. And then when there's a need to get fed more, then the feeding dimensions are activated again. And so, okay, so we have breakfast, and then we have lunch, and then we have supper. And so each of those become part of the feeding dimensions. So they remain constant. And that's how we see it in the physical state. And since that's what we see, that makes us the observer. And so what we don't see, well, we're just going to ignore that and we're just going to fudge that. But in the reality, we are always being fed and we are always responding to the feedback. And the reason for that is because we are energy consumers and we're consuming energy in two ways. So one of those is through our activity, and the other way is through our MAGRAV condition. So when we made the cups of life, we wanted to create a MAGRAV condition, and we did that with physical components. And then we went through a nanocoating process of monatomic science to create this GANS. And this GANS came from some core space, and we created an emotion GANS. But we also created a physical GANS. And that too represented an emotional strength. And so that was not part of the process. And there didn't seem to be any garbage that was created from it. And we call this the cups of life. Although it was introduced during the pandemic, it's still relevant today, probably even more relevant, because we consist of the emotion of the emotional strength, and we consist of the emotion of the physical strength. And so these are two strengths. And so we see these two cups, the emotional cup and the physical cup, work together. We call this the cups of man. But there are other cups of life. And so we can produce the CO2 and the calcium, copper, and zinc. All of these are ganses, including the water and the amino acid. And they all work together as part of the radiance manifestation. And now we see that there are other exotic ganses that we can produce, such as gold GANs, and of course, any GANs, even in the nuclear state. And so all of a sudden, we have become exotic science majors. And then we come to realize that the manifestation of these ganses is directly related to the earth. And so all of these ganses are possible on the earth in the condition that we have, and we as humans are able to produce these ganses. So these ganses are a manifestation of matter state, and each of these ganses have a connection and a nearness to a plasma field. So this plasma field is attached to the matter state. So when we're talking about the matter plasma dimension, we have to understand that there's a small m matter state, which is physical. That we call gravitational because you can touch it and see it, and is therefore more dense. And then we have the capital M matter gen state, which is plasmatic, and it's magnetical because you cannot touch it or cannot see it. And so we seem to, and men anyway, they like to be dominant with their physicality, and women generally like to be dominant with their emotional strength. And so we have to understand that this is all part of the feedback part. And so man in general is feedback dominant. We just, choose what's convenient for us. But this is only in the matter plasma dimension. So when we are looking at the rest of the cups of life, we found the soul cup and the inertia cup and the earth cup to add to the emotional cup and the physical cup. And we say, okay, well, maybe we need to shuffle the deck here. Life is a card game. Or maybe we need to stack the deck and we see how they all work together. And that's what we're going to talk about, stacking the deck today, because we're talking about the relationships on how to maintain a balance, what we call a MAGRAV, which is a balance between the magnetic and gravitational field forces. And so when we talk about the science, there's a science of the conservation of energy, and then there's a science of spirituality. And those are two sciences that do have a relationship because they're two points of view of the same thing. And so the plasma science needs to add to this knowledge, and that's what we're trying to do, to balance out this relationship by adding more knowledge to it. So we find that we are now adding the conservation of susceptibility, which means that we have plasmatic variables, and these are independent. But how do we pick and choose these variables when we try and balance things off? And when we say balance, means a MAGRAV condition. But, we have a magnetical susceptibility and a gravitational susceptibility, and yet they're balanced. And then within that side of the equation, we have the potential and the kinetic forces, and they have to balance the potential and kinetic forces on the other side. And yet the gravitational forces are more dense than the magnetical forces, but they maintain a balance, because within each point of our susceptibility, there is a balance. Each point of the susceptibility, and that could be the star formation, where we are connecting from point to point. So we have what we call grounding connections, and we have magnetical connections. But the gravitational to magnetical connections are actually bonding connections, because these forces have a relationship. So either they're going to be coming together through the force fields of attraction, or they're going to be separating through the force fields of repulsion. And so these are two force fields, and we see that when we're talking about the principal matter, which we call PM ticks, and they are magnetical in their form, and they come together into the principal matter, the transition matter, and the convergence matter, and they go through this conversion process of the plasmagen. And at that point, we have to make a decision. Does the plasmagen become mattergen? And the reason for it would be the environment. And once it comes in contact with the environment through a field interaction, which we call inertia, then we have to say, which environment? And we automatically say, well, of course it's Earth, right? What other choice do we have? Well, that's the old science. And the reason for it is because when we look at the principal matter interaction, we find that energy is traveling in an energy pack. And of course, when you have a pack, you want to put it in a nice parcel. And so these energies are floating through the universe and coming, or gravitating, if you will, to Earth. So they're coming from somewhere. We haven't decided where. We don't know where, but somehow we choose. And we don't know which direction, but it doesn't matter which direction. What matters is that we receive them. And so there's a selection process. So we find that there are different energy states. So that these different energy states attract different energy packs. And so this is a good thing, because now we have a collection of energies coming together, and they come together either through the equatorial rotation or through the polar interaction. And so today we're going to talk about the polar interaction, because when we're looking at the principal energy flows, we've always stated energy is in motion and it's a two-way street. So that means there's a two-way transmission, which is the rotation, and a two-way transition, which is the polar orientation. And so despite the number of colors that we have on this planet, we are the blue planet. And of course, that is indicative of the most important element on this planet. Well, it's not an element, it's a molecule of water. We are the water planet. And this water is a important solvent that we need to make everything work in terms of life on this planet. And we, of course, are on this planet. And so as this energy came to this planet and it came from somewhere, then we, as manifestations on this planet in our physicality, we also emit energy. And so the blue planet is what it emits. We emit what we are. And what we are is a manifestation of the emotion. And so if the emotion is in a good frame, then we manifest a good emotion. And if our emotion is in a bad state, we manifest that emotion as well. And so we get to choose what is it that we want to create. And does our emotion play a part in that? Well, of course it does, because you see there's a principal interaction. So not only is that for our own stability, but it maintains a two-way emission of intention to our neighbors. And so when we look at the relationship with the sun and the earth, we find a very welcoming relationship here, which is why we were born to Earth and not born to Mars. And this interaction is a connection. And since it's a two-way street, we call it a covalent bonding connection. So in our understanding of a covalent bonding connection, we have to understand that there's the bonding of the mag-rav state, and then there's the bonding of the interaction of the mag-rav states. So in other words, when we're looking at the y-axis sphere, the y-axis sphere is one mag-rav condition, but there are many. So choosing each one is part of the conservation of susceptibility. And so when we're looking at the y-axis transmutation, it has to have a relationship to the x-axis relationship, because each transmutation is moving along the x-axis. And so we find, yes, from our point of view, things are moving around us. But, we know that there's things moving within us. And then also, of course, we can do the movement ourselves. So this movement is part of our transmutation process. And so as such, there's an energy consumption as part of this transmutation process. So we're looking at 2 points of consumption. One is to maintain the mag-rav condition, and 2 is to create the movement. If we devote the energy to the movement and we ignore the mag-rav condition, what happens? Well, we dissolve. And if we maintain the mag-rav condition and ignore the movement, well, we will be basically rocks and stones and crusty parts of the physicality. So there has to be a point in between, because we're all movers and shakers, aren't we? And so from our point of view, we're looking at the matter state. And so what we see the matter state as kind of an affirmation of life. But we have to understand it's also denial of life, because we're ignoring more than half of what our existence is all about. And so when we're talking about all of these points and the connections for all these points, we have to question what bonds together all of these points? And because there are many points. So, of course, it's this energy that's in motion. We call it an energy pack. And so it's always positive, but when we put a charge on it, it tells you which direction it's going. So either it's negative as a magnetical force or positive as a gravitational force. But since they all have to work together, let's go to the basics again and just do a quick review of magnets, because even children can understand this. And when we talk about a magnet, and let's call it a bar magnet, we see the North and South Pole as singularities. So there are 5 pictures here. So let's look at the one on the left. And so we say the North Pole and the South Pole are separate. And then go to the second picture and we see how they come together. And so we see that there are 2 segments and they're bonded together. So when we bring 2 magnets together, they bond this way. And then if we bring another pair of magnets, as we see in the third picture, and then decide to bring the second and the third picture together, and we move to the fourth picture, then we see the segmented bonding again. But there's a problem with this picture, you see, because we have to go to the 5th picture to see the reality. And that reality is that the segmented bonding is really a mental condition of our physicality, where here we are, we've bonded 4 magnets together. But in terms of field strength, the North Pole and the South Pole are opposite and opposites attract. So there are deficiencies in this example. So let's modify this example and look at magnets again. And so we have to understand that when we started in the first picture, each magnet has a North and South Pole. So each magnet has a duality. And if we bring in the first picture 1 magnet together with another magnet, and then we go to the second magnet, we don't see the segment. We see a unified bonding. So now the 2 smaller magnets work together as a team, and there's a North and South Pole. And when that team comes in contact with another team, in the third picture, and we bring those together, and then we, in our minds, we see the 4th picture of the 2 magnets, the 2 pairs of magnets coming together, that picture is again wrong. It's the 5th picture that comes together. In other words, we have a North Pole and we have a South Pole. And so where we have 4 magnets that are segmented, they are working in a unified bonding field. And we don't see those segments. All what we see is the North and South Pole as a duality. How are those magnets kept together? Well, obviously, there's a field around the magnets. And one side of that field is the North Pole, and one side is the South Pole. Well, then, how are those magnets kept together? We have to go to another step. We have to look at the magnetic covalent bonding. And so when we say magnetic, we're talking about the physicality. So in review, the first two magnets on the left side, well, they weren't in pieces, but they had a north and south magnetic pole. And so although the magnets were in a unified physical state, they had two poles as a duality, and those two poles were bonded together in covalent bonding form. And then when we took those two magnets together, and so in the second picture, somehow there were two covalent bonding fields with the two magnets, so one field to each magnet. And when we brought those two together, one of the covalent bonding fields disappeared. And so we were left with one covalent bonding field in the second picture. And then if we brought into play another pair of magnets with a single covalent bonding field, and as we see in the third picture, then we bring them together. So we see what we see in the fourth picture. So where are the covalent bondings in the fourth picture? Because we know that we have four magnets in a row. So we have to look at the fifth picture, and guess what? Another covalent bonding field disappeared. We still have the one covalent bonding field between the north and south pole, and that's how they function together in the duality. Well, this is good because this is part of the plasma field. So when we're looking at the energy field flow of the plasma field, we see that it's a rotating field, but coming up through the core is another rotating field of a different radius. And then we see different spherical fields. So for instance, we have another plasma field that would be overlapping. And it too is in its maggrav state. And then if we look at the Gans, we find that it too is in a maggrav state. And it too is an overlapping field. And then we look at the core, and it too is a maggrav. And it too is a plasmatic field that is overlapping. And so each of these fields is a maggrav. We don't see the individual fields. What we see is the interaction of these fields as overlapping plasma fields in their spherical field format. And so if we were looking at the Earth and we say, well, there's rotating hemispheres. So are these hemispheres interlaced or are they intertwined? Is there some kind of spherical interaction? And if you stand on the North Pole and you look down, you see the northern hemisphere is rotating in a counterclockwise rotation. But if you stand on the South Pole and look down, the southern hemisphere is rotating in a counterclockwise rotation. So the hemispheres are rotating in opposite directions. Well, of course, because you have a North Pole and you have a South Pole, and there's a covalent bond between them. One bonding part between them. So the northern hemisphere works on its own rotating principle, and the southern hemisphere works on its rotating principle, and the two work together to create this maggrav condition. So this is very, very good. But we find that this covalent bonding is a two-way street. In other words, the North Pole is the emission pole and the South Pole is the absorption pole. But if it's going to be a covalent bond, that means it's a two-way street. So some part of the southern pole is an emission pole and some part of the northern pole is an absorption pole. Otherwise, you don't have a bond. It will not bond. Because how can you feed one part of the bond and not get a feedback from the other side? And then if you get a feedback, then that has to come to the feeding side, doesn't it? So the feeding feeds the feedback, and the feedback feeds back to the feeding. So when we're looking at the conservation of MAGRAV energy transfer states, we find that the left side of the equation equals the right side of the equation. But we have different energy states of different energy strengths. And then we have these transfer states in between these energy states, and they too have to maintain their balance of a MAGRAV state. So in fact, if we're looking at these three MAGRAV states of atomic state, nanostate, and GAN state, we have to understand that there are two transfer states in between. One between the GANs and nano, one between the nano and the atomic. And they are interdependent. In other words, we have the capability of transferring different energy states. And so the higher energy state feeds the lower energy state, which means the higher energy state is gravitational. But there has to be a feedback. So how does the lowest energy state, the physical, magnetical state, feed the higher energy state? Well, it's actually a feedback. And then we see that each state is a MAGRAV, and the transition states are a MAGRAV. So what we really need to say is that the transition state is actually a MAGRAV energy transfer state. And so it has to also go in two directions. So when we're looking at magnetical fields and gravitational fields and principal fields, we find there's a whole lot of fields going on and overlapping within this picture of fields. But these principal fields are not just at the center, they're also throughout the rest of the universe. So we have to take into account the rest of the universe. And so we have interacting hemispheres, right? And we have these two interacting hemispheres rotating in a counterclockwise rotation. So there's no friction. But there is an angular interaction which allows us to create physicality at various parts of the Earth in different states or different manifestations. And then there are different manifestations that can be created from all of these elements. And so it's a two-way street. And this all becomes a product of the MAGRAV energy transfer states. So this is the world of interacting hemispheres. But what about the interacting spheres themselves? So if you have one sphere and its relationship with another sphere, and so the transfer state, the MAGRAV energy transfer state, goes from the North Pole to the South Pole, and say that would be the feeding. And then you have the feedback from the South Pole to the North Pole. And so there's a connection. And so this connection then of the interacting spheres becomes a balance in the relationship between the potential and kinetic energy on one side of the equation of one mag-rav and the kinetic and potential energy of the other side of the equation, which is another mag-rav. And so there's energy that's flowing there as well. So now we have to take other things into account. So when we're talking about the conservation of plasmagen state dependency, now we come to the realization that the matter-gen state, which is part of the matter state, is a two-way street. But this is a two-way street of equality, which means if we're looking at the GAN state, there's an equality on one side of the equation and an equality on the other side of the equation, and they balance. And likewise with the nanostate, and likewise with the atomic state. And then we find that not only can we go from the atomic to the nano to the GANs, and then from the GANs back to the nano to the atomic, but all of these represent a motion from the gravitational to the magnetical and the feedback from the magnetical to the gravitational. And it's all done in the context of equality. Because that is the law of the conservation of energy. But if that's true, then what happens, let's say, if we are in the GAN state on one side of the equation, and we are in the nanostate on the other side of the equation, is there still equality? Well, there has to be, because we made the cups of life. We had the nano-coated wires and we created the GANs. So somehow the law of conservation worked and there was a balance. Well, if that works, what happens if we have on one side the GAN state and the other side the atomic state? Would we still have equality? Well, of course we can. We are all walking bags of GANs. And we're all walking. And we're walking on Earth, which is a rotating field. So the Earth is rotating and we're walking. And we're all in balance. So it only stands to reason that if we can go from the GANs to the atomic, we can obviously go from the nanostate to the atomic and still maintain that balance. And so that's equal. That balance is equal. Well, what about the opposite? Can we go from the atomic state to the nanostate? Well, obviously, how many of you have nano-coated wires? Or maybe nano-coated a steak? Who knows? You know, what's for dinner? But the thing is that there has to be an equality. Well, in that case, we also created GANs. And so we went from the atomic state via the nanostate to the GAN state, and there was still an equality. So now we understand that when we're looking at the emission of intention, and we have the field forces coming in the dynamic, which is beyond the aura, the dynamic plasma interaction from one sphere to another sphere, where we have the north-south interaction of the polar orientation of one sphere and the north-south orientation of a second sphere. And then we have the emission of intention going from the launch point of one sphere to the target point of another sphere, and then the feedback from the launch point of the other sphere to the target point of this sphere. What we're looking at is the covalent bonding of all of these force fields together. We see the covalent bonding of the individual spheres, and we see the covalent bonding of the interaction of the spheres. So therefore, when we're looking at the transition from the MAGRAV state of the atomic state to the nano state of the monatomic, to the GAN state of the polyatomic, to the plasma state of the field state, and of course, there are more steps beyond. And if there are more steps beyond above, then there are more steps below. And the Coulomb barrier doesn't stop us from going past that. The Coulomb barrier only becomes a point of containment. And so this we discovered because when we were in Sanya, we were able to produce the gold. And so if we can produce the gold from thin air, then we can produce anything from the thin air. But it's not from the thin air. It's from the fat air, because we're using the amino acids to understand the law of conservation. So when we talk about pathing and susceptibility, we didn't say how long the path is, and we didn't say the link to what. But we did say that it affects the susceptibility of whatever we are. So the emission of attention is part of our magnetical force field, and the emission of retention is part of our gravitational force field. And so there's an interaction to create the emission of intention. And we have to consider the nearness and proximity. And the attachment is a covalent bonding from one field to another. And so the plasma vision sees the fields, and it sees the bonding to one step beyond in both directions. And it's always in balance. So when we're looking at a conflict, a point of conflict, and seeking a conflict resolution, then we have to understand that that becomes actually a point of containment. And to maintain that containment, we have to have a point of covalent bonding. Something has to keep that containment together. So when we're looking at energy binding, which is very important in our self-serving needs, because that's how we maintain our MAGRAV condition, but each and every one of us is maintaining that. If we're maintaining that at the expense of others, well, then we're violating the laws of conservation. And that's the malady on this planet. So the plasma rule, where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, the resolution of this conflict point becomes the covalent binding zone. And we have choices on how we bind. And so that becomes part of the y-axis transmutation dimension. And the most important thing, and we see the transmission through the various pH scales, and we see the various transition. But there is a range of transition. And it's always equal. And so we can conclude that when we're talking about transmutation, the range transition transcends the y-axis transmutation dimensions. And it's the laws of conservation that govern the covalent bonding attributes. So if we understand that, then we understand how a stone can have a soul because it was seeking anchorage, or maybe we want to commemorate someone in a statue. Maybe we want to idolize something. Give it an acknowledgement as confirmation. Sure, here we are. We're the third rock from the sun. And so that becomes what we are feeding, that what we call the emission of declension. But when we're looking at the covalent bonding, that takes us from the bond age of chains to covalent bonding. And so then we understand now we're in the post-March 15, 2024 era where we can make a new selection process, how we go from this bountiful earth space to the transmutation of outer space and enjoy the benefits of that graceful space of our inner space. Because we see that the bonding of all the elements on this earth space are really part of the periodic table of prejudice. Each one has its own bonding strength. Each one has its own bonding position. Each one has its own gravitational conformation. And if we understand how all of this works and how it stems from the origination of the hydrogen emission, which is the gravitational conformation of the magnetical field forces from that of the sun and the magnetical field forces of that of the universe interacting with the magnetical field forces of the earth. And we are part of that. We benefit from the same gravitational conformation. And that is where we have the cornerstones of science being laid. And we see this covalent bonding in our nano cornerstones and pico and GANs and plasma and soul cornerstones. Each of these becomes a channel for the emission of intention. And each of them obeys the laws of conservation of energy, and each of them makes its own transmission spectrum. So from the non-visible speed of the plasmatic rotation to the speed of the visible transmission spectrums. Yes, so the transition spectrums have a susceptibility, and that is between the superficiality of the physicality and the internal substance of the plasma substrate. And so our reality, the way we limit ourselves, is this point of containment of this plasmatic interaction. And it's such a tiny part of the electromagnetic spectrum. And because there's so much beyond. And then we now have the possibility to go even one step beyond that. Not even shown on this picture. So that is the plasma balance of the universe, where the knowledge and wisdom can give you a deeper insight. And so our experiences will change a man's perspective. It allows us to reflect on life. And this becomes an important point because the misconduct of humanity becomes harder to rationalize. And any rationalization that has a historical reference becomes meaningless because the pH balance seeking becomes the polar balance, and the plasma balance is uncut in any state. It's a unified state. The state dependency and the transcendence is uncut, and the emotion of intention is interdependent and manifests in both plasma state and matter state. It doesn't matter what state it is. There's always a pH maggrav. And our planet is a blue planet. That's the emotion and intention of this planet. This is a planet of peace. And there are many points on the field strength of the dove. And they all work together. And so we now have new capabilities that are being presented to us. And so we're getting ready for the 4th month of a 4-month series of the 2024 transmutation test coming up very shortly in the month of October here. Additionally, we're breaking new ground, unheard of ground in the research. And so we welcome all advanced scientists around the world. Join our space plasma research teams, and let's bring peace and prosperity to this planet, as we've been trying for 559 knowledge seekers workshops in a row, to bring the greater oneness together to transcend the limitations of nuclear science. There are no limitations in a universal community. There are no limitations in the plasma universe. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. There is a world peace treaty, and we need to sign it. We need to sign it with a pen. We need to display it proudly on the walls. We need to sign it with the intention of our soul and our heart, because man is the reactor of a three-dimensional transcendent universe. And we wonder if man can manifest heaven through this field transmutation, and can man go into outer space without a peace dome? How can we transmute through the dimensions of history? Because many combinations exist of the x-axis and y-axis sphere creation, and it's the plasmatic covalent bonding which transcends the different physical transmission dimensions. So you see, the plasma science needs to be delivered daily via the peace dome in exchange for peace on Earth. And so welcome to the new outer space age. And that's the end of the lesson. Thank you all for listening.
Okay, well, you've
Thank you,
taken
Alex.
us. Yes, thank you, Alex. And again, it was shorter than usual, but just as sweet. And of course, there's a lot to unravel. Before we go any further, I'd just like to ask Gianni if he would put the link in the chat if people wanted to see some of the detailed work in your Telegram. John?
Gianni, ¿nos estás escuchando?
Claro que sí, estoy presente.
¿Entendiste lo que te pidió Mark? Si podés poner los
Sí,
enlaces a
es
los
poner el
videos
link.
en el chat, pon el
Sí,
nombre, vos tenés en
pero lo
Telegram.
Yes, I think there's a lot of
Sí.
information and a lot of pictures and quite detailed work. He's not only shown the pictures, but he's shown the details of it. And so please put the link into the chat if people want to connect. Gianni, thank you.
Vos tenés una página en Telegram, pero en rumano. ¿Tenés una en español?
Sí, se está construyendo ahora en español.
Ah, fenómeno. Sí, pues yo encontré
Pero
varias,
pido-
como 4 o 5, pero están todos en rumano.
Sí, pero estoy trabajando haciendo en rumano y español.
Ah, fenómeno. In Telegram, he has it all in Romanian, and he's building a Spanish version of all his videos and
Okay.
pictures.
Right, but
Y-
people would be able to access
y-
some of these pictures and maybe ask for explanations or more details later, but there's quite a bit in there that we can understand. So I just thought if he'd like to put the link to his Telegram to the.
He has several I've seen. ¿Podrías poner tus links de Telegram ahí en el chat, por
Ok,
favor?
sí, John. Sí, claro que sí, pero pido el favor para compartir también algunas cosas maravillosas de cómo se está creando el plasma de CO2 TNO. Y también voy a poner el link.
Sí, fenómeno. Sí, tenés un material hermoso. Pones Plasmatic ahí en Telegram y aparece bastante material.
And again, we're
Sí,
not.
y voy a responder en todos los idiomas a los que me preguntan.
Whoever asks for any questions on Telegram to his video, to his Telegram posts, if you put Plasmatic, several appear. Or put Gianni Merlin,
Okay.
and also they appear.
I'll write that in the chat. But again,
And
we're not competing with other language communities. We're connecting with other language
Exactly.
communities.
He'll be putting them up on the different languages also, in Spanish, English, and Romanian.
Perfecto.
John, yo siempre voy a responder a los que me preguntan en su idioma, voy a responder en su idioma.
Whoever has questions for him, put them up on Telegram on his page, Gianni Merlin, and he'll answer in your own language.
El chat está deshabilitado, aquí me dicen, no puedo ponerlo.
The chat is inhibited, so he can't put any names up there for some reason.
Pero pido el favor para compartir cómo se crea el plasma de CO2 ZNO. Unos 5 minutos.
He wants to share a video about 5 minutes on how to convert the plasma to the zinc oxide and CO2.
Sure.
CO2
Sure. While he's setting that up, I think Gail has a question and has a hand raised.
I was just going to
Hay dos
say,
que están haciendo preguntas y podés ir preparando el material.
Ya lo tengo preparado.
Sí, pero espera
no
que hay
puedo poner
dos
en
personas que tienen preguntas acá. Gail, go ahead.
no, I was just telling Mark that Irmgard had her hand up. I could see.
Okay, did you want to say something, or was that an inadvertent hand?
Inadvertent.
It's no problem. Okay, I'm going to put Gianni's name in the Telegram here, or I mean in our chat here. Okay.
So I can write English in Gianni's chat. He can translate.
Yeah, he can translate it. Gianni Merlin.
John, si me pregunta al inglés en el chat, en el grupo, voy a responder en inglés. Si me pregunta a italiano, voy a responder a italiano. A español, a portugués.
Yeah, you can, whatever language you want to put the question through, he'll answer it in the same language, be it Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, or whatever.
Okay.
O cualquier idioma, pero las imágenes son hechos para los niños y para los niños de todas las edades.
The images are done for children and for children of all ages.
Excellent. We're all young at heart.
Mark, por favor, si me puedes dejar compartir.
Let him share que los videos.
Sí, unos 5 minutos para las interacciones de cómo se crea el gas de CO2, el plasma de CO2 y ZNO.
Phenomenal. Can you take the images of the video?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
pues sí, compartir
No
nomás con el botón verde.
With all the
Host
work he-
disabled, participant screen sharing.
with all the work he's done, he needs a number of ways to put it out into the public. So yes, by all means.
Fine, but he can't share there, apparently. He's having problems.
What happened? He was just sharing.
¿No puedes compartir ahora cuando antes lo estabas haciendo?
Sí, pero no puedo compartirlo porque me dicen host disabled, participant screen sharing.
Yeah,
the host has disabled screen sharing.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Well, Alex
Yes.
was the last one
Yes.
to share. He was a co-host. Again, it said, let's see, share. Okay, share screen options. Host only. Okay, somehow it got changed back to host only. Let's do all participants. Okay, let's see if this works. Try again, please, Johnny.
Should I stop?
No, he should be able to take
Okay.
the screen from you.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, good.
It's okay.
Somehow it reverted to host. Here we go. We see your screen. Thank you. Ooh,
This is reactor CO2.
CO2
Yeah,
reactor.
John Chesney.
Sí, sí.
Me encantó lo que ha presentado Alex y lo agradezco muchísimo.
He loved what Alex presented and he's thankful for what he's shared.
Eso es un reactor de CO2 donde hay abajo el zinc oxide y encima hay CO2. En el
This
mismo
is a
reactor de CO2.
CO2 reactor where you have the zinc oxide down below and the CO2 GANs up above.
Pero podemos verlo en directo cómo se está haciendo. Eso es presentado cómo se hace. Voy a pasar por eso. Aquí empezó todo.
This is where everything started. That's his sun up above on the roof. Those are the different coils he manufactures.
Porque siempre la intensidad de plasma está hecho por las interacciones de los campos que hay dentro donde lo haces.
The fields that are produced through these coils produce beautiful ganses there through the interaction of those fields.
Yes, he calls them toroidal coils, and he's more than willing, and he's shown many people how to produce these. There's some tricks to it, but it's pretty straightforward.
Exactly.
Exactly. Y aquí estoy mostrando cómo se hace un reactor de CO2.
Here is how I make a CO2 reactor. Where the distance between the two coils give you the production of CO2 or zinc oxide.
Right. I
Cierto,
think
Johnny?
with the CO2, he keeps them closer together, and with the zinc, they're a little farther apart. Yes?
Exactly. 3 centimeters and 9 centimeters.
Máximo 3 centímetros, John, pero lo importante es la conexión porque está hecho con nano del cobre.
Exactly. The important part is the connection between the zinc and the copper nano, just touching each other through that coil between his fingers.
Ya he actualizado y hay un método más sencillo y otro posicionamiento que te da lo mejor.
And he's got a new method which is better, but he'll show us sometime later.
Y ahora lo vamos a ver. en directo.
Ah, he'll show it to us now.
These are turbo coils.
Yeah.
And I've made them, and it's so amazing. That was the fastest interaction of fields I've ever noticed. It just starts within minutes or less.
Yeah.
John, can you
Yes.
ask? I have plumbing. You know, when you weld your pipes for plumbing, it says 97% zinc and 3% copper. But I was told that it's not a good thing to use the ones for plumbing.
Oh, I haven't seen those wires, but Gianni acá Gail pregunta, ella tiene el alambre de zinc para soldar tubos de cañerías, pero dice que es cobre 97% y 3% de zinc. O no, al revés,
John,
97% zinc
no,
y 3 de cobre.
es muy sencillo. Si haces ese tipo de bobinas toroidales, puedes obtener 90% CO2, 10% ZNO.
If you do it with those wires, you received 70% CO2, copper GaN, the CO2, and 30% zinc oxide.
Lo importante es hacer la bobina toroidal y nanocubrirla, porque el nanocubrimiento te lo da la fuerza, la potencia.
The best thing is to do the coil toroidal gadget and then nano coat it with fire. With 2 blow torches he does it, from one on each side.
No es nano coating fire, it's nano coating caustic.
Ah, he does it with caustic, pero también lo has hecho antes con fuego. ¿No es cierto?
Sí, lo primero lo hago con fuego y después lo hago con cáustico.
Ah, he first does a nano coating with fire and then he puts it into caustic soda.
Podéis mirar en vivo las interacciones entre el nano y el zinc.
You can see the interaction live between the copper and the zinc coils. They look like jets.
Pero eso lo puedes obtener. Eso lo puedes obtener respectar la conexión nano del cobre con zinc. Si no, no vas a obtener lo mismo.
If you want to see those fields, the connection between the coils up above has to be in a nano state, like the original ones Keshe taught us.
Porque cuando lo haces la conexión con el nano, no tienes conexión en la fisicalidad.
The answer he experiences is when you have that connection, nano connection, it's the connection is spiritual, it's not in a matter state.
Es lo que ha hecho Alex antes y el material es maravilloso. El conocimiento que ha regalado Alex.
¿Cuál Alex? El de Sudáfrica.
Alex Oric.
Ah. He says that it's the connection that Alex taught us about, or talked to us about, and it's beautiful.
Right, and on
Así
that
puedes obtener.
On that first video, everyone can see clearly on that first video the beautiful amino acids floating on the top. So if you're wondering what we're talking about, amino acids on the reactors, you can see beautiful layers. Yes, here we go. And there's a part of that video where you can see the amino acids. And this is what we collect. Yeah, right there. Stop it. And you can collect these things. You can see the little patches and the bubbles, of course, but this is what's collected and kept in a saltwater condition to be used
It's the oily
later.
surface
Yeah.
up above, yeah.
And of course, this is a very important part of the whole process. This is almost like the fuel in a way. You have a car, but you need fuel. And so the amino acids, and of course, it makes the link as well. But this is why after you have fresh water and you've rinsed your GANs, you'll add a drop or 2 drops of amino acids in there. And therefore, it'd be very similar to the original.
And I still wanted to know, does he nano coat the zinc at all? And is the kind of zinc wire I'm using okay?
El aminoácido es la confirmación que dentro tienes un GANS de alta intensidad.
Sí, pero quieres saber si ese alambre para soldar tuberías que está hecho de zinc y cobre, si sirve como el alambre de zinc.
Lo importante es cómo haces el nanocubrimiento del cobre, John, o del zinc.
The important part is how you do the nano coating of the copper or the zinc. Because if you want only zinc nano, you've got to use two zinc coils, one nano and one normal matter.
And CH3.
El aminoácido es la confirmación que tienes plasma dentro y no óxidos.
Sí, pero cuando haces el óxido de zinc, el GANS de óxido de zinc.
No, mira, si haces un buen nano, tú vas a obtener el GANS. Si no haces nano, vas a obtener óxido en la fisicalidad que no le gustan ni a plantas ni a animales, a nada.
El óxido de zinc blanco que se pega en las alambres. What you watch,
sí, y no se está creando el GANS.
If the zinc oxide keeps on the coil, that is not good for the production of whatever you want to make. It has to go down as GANs, just like the CO2 GANs, but in a whiter configuration. If the zinc oxidizes itself, you got blobs of zinc on the wire, that's not good.
Y voy a compartir otras fotos que son más maravillosas.
You share some more
Un
pictures.
momento. Bueno, ok, un momentito. Pentru plasmatizarea apei, folosesc pentru un litru de apă 9 picături. 9 picături le plasma de CO2 couteau comme une maquette. Donc, l'onde de gaz ultra pentru plasmatizarea apei. Ok, aquí estamos mostrando cómo utilizamos solo gotitas de aminoácido que hemos sacado de los gases.
Here we're showing how we only use a few drops of amino acids to add to the waters.
Yeah, and this is the beauty.
Aquí
This is the beauty with Gianni. He's very open about everything he shares and what he does. He's not withholding anything from anyone. In other words, to gain an edge on knowledge or anything. It's all openly shared, as I see it.
Thank you, Mark.
Yes, thank you.
Lo importante es comprender que cuando estamos hablando del plasma, estamos hablando del GANS, del medio donde se está creando el aminoácido en la interacción con todo.
When we talk about amino acids, it's the ones that created in the same salt solution to the ganses.
Porque si necesitamos utilizar el aminoácido, es tan potente que solo utilizamos gotitas.
The amino acids are so potent that we just need a few drops.
Y por ejemplo, voy a mostrar aquí cómo estamos plasmatizando en el laboratorio, utilizando tan poco plasma que ni lo puedes creer.
I'll show you what we use in the lab.
Okay, I've taken back the screen sharing. Unless he had more.
Un momento.
Okay.
Yes, he wanted to show.
Okay, then just take it back. I know we're running about 5 hours or so, just to let everybody know, but we certainly appreciate it. And maybe, I know Gianni, I mean, these Ganses and everything are impressive, and the work is beautiful. Maybe he'd like to share the story. Apparently, he stopped by in Linz or somewhere, and he received some Ganses Mr. Keshe had made. And he told quite a unique story about that. Maybe he'd like to share that.
Aparentemente Mark escuchó de que vos estuviste en Linz con el señor Cash y te dio unos ganses que eran hermosos y en base a todo eso estuviste aplicando los conocimientos. ¿Puede ser?
Sí, sí, Mark, sí, sí es tarde, porque ya son unas horas. Los voy a compartir en otro momento, pero si queréis, puedo compartir ahora un poquito más.
Do you want him to share a few more minutes or next?
Sure.
Sí.
Sure, Alex.
Adelante.
We're not slighting you, but this is in a way a rare opportunity that Gianni has come into the meeting. So I did have some questions, and I'm sure you're okay with everything. But
this is wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Go right ahead, Gianni, please, por favor.
Okay. Aquí vamos a ver cómo estamos plasmando.
Ahí estamos. Ahora se ve.
Aquí vamos a ver cómo hemos plasmatizando 30.000 kilos de trigo con una instalación que tenía en la finca.
Con la semilla de trigo.
Sí, 30.000 kilos para 120 hectáreas de tierra.
Yeah, he's putting 30 tons of wheat grains to plasmatize them. He's treating them with plasma.
You
to
said
sow them.
30 tons?
Yep, 30,000 kilograms.
Sí, eso ya le he compartido pues, varias veces, pero lo hago ahora porque vamos a ver otra manera que es más sencilla, como esa.
He's shown this several times, but now he's going to show a new method which is simpler than before.
Y lo que he dicho, utilizamos 120 mililitros de plasma de CO2 para 10 litros de agua.
He uses 120 milliliters of ganses for 10 litros, dijiste. For 10 liters of
Sí.
gans, yeah.
Aquí es Laurencio y eso está hecho hace 2 años cuando hemos plasmatizado 30.000 kilos de semillas para sembrar 120 hectáreas de tierra.
This was done 2 years ago, and he plasmatized 30 tons of seeds for 300 hectares.
30 tons. Wow.
Sí, hemos utilizado las instalaciones porque he dicho siempre, yo tengo que mirar las instalaciones que tienen los agricultores y lo estamos adaptando sin modificar y comprar nada más.
He always goes over to whoever wants to do this job to use what the installations he already has, so he hasn't got to go out and buy new equipment. He teaches them with what they have to produce all this seedings or seedlings.
Ya estamos en el 3er año de cuando se utiliza el mismo método con resultados magníficos.
And now we're in the 3rd year of production, and we're getting magnificent results using the methods we have been using for the last 2 years.
Lo que podéis ver es, es algo que se ha utilizado un vaso metálico de hierro zincado.
We have used here a galvanized bucket to get through the production.
Pero ahora Laurencio ya ha comprendido y ya no utiliza los metales donde se utiliza el plasma para obtener mejores resultados.
But now he's replaced those galvanized buckets by plastic buckets, I imagine.
Yeah.
So he's getting better results.
Y aquí los que trabajan ya no tienen miedo para tocar las semillas porque no hay nada de químico.
And now the people that work there are not afraid of touching the seeds because they comprehend there's no chemicals in them.
Hemos limpiado antes las instalaciones que podéis ver y después de eso puedes tocar sin tener ningún problema de salud, sin tener mascarillas y otras cosas.
We have previously cleansed all the installation with plasma water, and now the people haven't got to use gloves or masks to protect themselves.
Right.
Y aún más, si lo tocas, ya no vas a tener hambre. Te vas a sentir feliz.
When you touch the seeds, you don't even need to feed yourself and you feel happier.
Y puedes meterlo en la boca como has visto sin tener ningún problema.
You can feed yourself as you've seen himself feeding with the seeds in his mouth.
Y para comprender un poquito más, en un kilo de semillas de trigo tienes unos, con ese tipo de trigo, por ejemplo, 20.000 almas en un kilo.
You normally have about 20,000 grains of wheat ¿en cuánto eran? ¿En cuántos kilos? ¿En un kilo?
En un kilo, 20.000 semillas de trigo.
You got 20,000 grains of wheat in 1 kilogram of wheat seeds.
20,000 and
Y en el
20,000 seeds in 1 kilogram.
Exactly.
Yes, yes. Y en una hectárea de tierra sembramos de 180, 200 kilos.
In a hectare, they use 180 to 200 kilograms of seeds.
Per hectare.
Antes tenía que
Y,
usar mucho más, ¿no es cierto?
sí, pero ya hemos logrado ahora sembrar 180 kilos
See,
a un
previously they
hectárea.
used to have to use 3 times as much seeds, and now they're only using 180 kilograms per hectare.
This is the amazing
Hemos
part.
empezado.
Gianni has reduced the inputs but increased the output. It's just,
Yep.
you know, I mean, I'm sure the farmers are ecstatic over all of these developments. They never could think that this could possibly happen to them.
Sí, Mark, tienes razón. Es algo que es alucinante.
You're not letting them kiss your John, tell him he's not letting them kiss his feet, are they?
Mark pregunta si no te están besando los pies.
We know he's there to serve, yes.
Voy a compartir otras cosas maravillosas del presente.
He has more to share right now.
Porque ahora hemos sembrado, después de hacer las pruebas en el laboratorio, hemos sembrado las semillas para que se puedan ver lo que significa utilizar el plasma.
Now we have sown the seeds after having the laboratory probes done beforehand, and we can see the beautiful results we're going to have.
Is there more? Did you
Apparently,
say
yes, tenía más para mostrar, ¿no, Gianni?
did he say he was going to show something else?
Un momento,
Yes,
ahora.
just a
Un momento, okay.
You're learning Spanish, Ma.
Poquito.
Un poquito, ¿no?
Yes, just a couple words.
¿Se puede ver la imagen?
Sí.
Ok. Como no tenemos tiempo, eso fue sembrado por la noche.
As we're short of time, this was sown during the night.
No es que no tenemos el tiempo, lo tenemos todo del mundo y fuera de él.
We got all the time. It's not that we don't have time. We have the whole time of the world.
The whole existence of the universe, yes.
Sí, y como hemos trabajado con esas almas que son del laboratorio y hemos experimentado para ver la germinación.
And as you can see, we've experimented with the souls of the seeds in the lab here.
Hemos hecho el contacto con el alma, diciéndolo que tiene que experimentar también en la tierra.
And we've communicated to the souls of these seeds that they also have to do the same work in the fields.
Y utilizando los manos y las diluciones del plasma, hemos hecho lo mismo que se hace en el campo.
And here we've tested it with just using the same fields produced by our hands and our emotions here.
Pero aquí sin sacar otras plantas, he hecho la propuesta para dejar todo lo que está viviendo en lo mismo. Nosotros ponemos lo que queremos nosotros.
And he doesn't have to take the weeds out, and he just leaves them and just seeds those seeds and get a very good answer of nature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Y eso es la foto que ha salido de maravilla y muy deprisa ha crecido.
Here you can see how fast the wheat has grown.
Estas son las fotos, después vamos a ver también los vídeos.
These are the pictures, then later on we'll see the videos.
Pero lo he hecho cerca de la oficina donde trabajan, así que todos están felices porque lo pueden ver cada día.
All this was done near the offices where they work, and they're very happy because they see the progress of how this works just by their office.
De aquí no he quitado nada que existían antes de sembrar.
And I haven't taken away any weeds that existed beforehand.
Right. These plants are so full of energy, they just outpace and outstrip the weeds.
Exactly.
They just go so fast above them that the weeds have no chance of interfering.
Eso lo he hecho porque la mayoría de los agricultores creen que tiene que sacar otras plantas porque toman la energía para que quieren crecer ellas.
I've done this experiment because the agriculturals there don't believe or believe they have to take all the weeds out first, because if not they'll share the fields. But he's demonstrated that it's not necessary.
Bonita.
Y eso es incorrecto porque un alma que aparece en una tierra está comunicando con las otras, regalando de uno a otros, como ha mostrado Alex Zorik antes. Está regalando de uno a otros de magnético gravitacional del norte al sur, pero más sincero de alma a alma.
Here you can see how the plants share the fields, as Alex has talked to us about, and the way they share the fields, but they sort of potentialize their growth and not the weeds.
Aquí en esta foto es lo que han quitado todo y es la semilla tratadas químicas.
These are the previous seeds which were treated chemically.
Es la tradición que dice que si no hay otras plantas que estás sembrando tú, crece mucho mejor. Y no es
Previous
verdad.
say that, yeah, they were saying that you had to clean the place up with chemically treated seeds, so they could grow peacefully. And it's not true.
Aquí es otras semillas que no han sido tratadas con nada.
These are other
Y,
seeds
pero
that
han
weren't
quitado,
treated with anything. ¿Le han quitado qué?
han quitado las otras plantas para dejar que crezcan solo y tener solo sus comidas.
Here these seeds were not treated, but they had to take away the other seeds so they could grow peacefully.
La imagen habla por sí misma.
The image is worth seeing.
Eso es con plasma.
This is with plasma, yes.
Miráis el color y que tiene alrededor. Eso es sin
Here
plasma.
this is without plasma, the other has a different green. There is a difference, isn't there?
Darker,
Yeah.
more chlorophyll.
Y aquí los vídeos, ¿cómo lo hemos hecho? Hemos hecho como se hace en el campo.
Here you can see the videos we took. It's just the way we work in the middle of the fields.
La mayoría quieren también ver cómo se hacen porque no puede comprenderlo si no lo ve.
And majority of the people want to see how this is done because they can't believe this new technology for them.
Y por eso en 2 semanas he hecho 60 gigas de fotos y vídeos.
In the last couple of weeks, he's done over 60 videos teaching the different agriculturists.
No, John, 60 gigas solo aquí.
De videos. He's produced.
60 gigas.
Yes, sí. He's produced videos and pictures and with a 60 gigahertz storage.
Sí, y lo he hecho, todo que hemos hecho, hemos registrado todo.
¿Registrado dónde? Todo lo que han hecho.
En la computadora, sí, todo lo que hemos hecho, tenemos 60 gigas de informaciones
sí.
solo con ese experimento.
He has in his computer 60 gigahertz of storage with all the experiments he's produced and will show to us.
I think he's ready to set up a university.
Well, yeah, he has been working well.
And a lot of these, a lot of these farmers are very set in their ways, aren't they? Because they've learned techniques over the years. And so it's beautiful to see they're open to change or to adopt something new. In a way, the same way, Mr. Keshe, in a way, changed the thinking of a major scientist called Stephen Hawking when he read his paper. So when they're seeing this work of Gianni, it's the same sort of process in a way. A little different, but the idea is the same, that people that think they're experts in a field, maybe they're coming to realize they didn't know as much as they thought they knew. Can you share that, John?
Mark, son muchas teorías en el mundo, pero cuando puedes ver cómo se hacen y los resultados habla por sí mismo.
Yeah, you got many theories in the world, but when you watch this and put it to practice, you realize it's magnificent. very much better.
It's elevating all of us, not only the plants and not
Yep.
only the farmers. We're being elevated too. Thank you, Gianni.
Nos estamos elevando juntos.
See, we're elevating all of us together.
Yes.
And that's what Mr. Keshe has been telling us the last couple of weeks, hasn't he?
Estamos aquí para servir, no para ser servidos.
Exactly. Here, we're here to serve and not to be served.
Aquí lo hemos hecho solo con agua, como lo hace normalmente, con químicas y solo con agua.
We
Sin
have done
plasma.
all this just with water and plasma, no chemicals whatsoever.
Haciendo todo, tomando el agua, mostrar dónde tomamos y todo sin dejar dudas.
We're not leaving any doubts to the people. We show them everything.
He better be careful or they may start making statues of him and setting them out in the land.
Dice que tengas cuidado, por ahí vayan a hacer estatuas tuyas y ponerlas todos los lugares para adorarte.
No, porque ellos saben que siempre lo digo, que la información original es la fundación.
Yeah, they don't
Voy a
believe this
compartir otra
because
cosa.
he always tells them that he's sharing the information given by the foundation. He's going to show us something else.
Yes. Okay. Good.
Yo soy uno más
we need to wrap up in
escala del
about
conocimiento.
we need to wrap up maybe in about 12 minutes if that's enough time.
Tenemos unos 12 minutos, Gianni.
Ok, bueno, entonces lo dejamos para
mañana en el
otro
testimoniales.
momento.
Fine. Bueno. Yeah, then we leave it for some
No,
other
Rick,
time.
porque
Sí.
John, para testimoniales voy a hacer un
Otra
recorrido de muchas cosas, pero tengo horas, cientos de horas de vídeos. Y eso vamos a hacerlo poco a poco en Plasma Reactor Group en otros momentos. Eso fue solo lo que he sentido ahora mismo y agradezco por permitirme hacerlo.
Fine. He's got a lot of material, so he'll most likely give us some of it tomorrow. But in the Plasma Reactor Group, he'll be showing much more.
We look forward to it. Thank you, Gianni. Mucho bueno.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to take the screen if I can. Alex, is there anything you want to share or anything? I know we didn't really get to ask you some questions, and I did have a few, but perhaps we can save it for next week. I'm just
no, let's do that. And it's beautiful how it came together. So, thanks to Gianni, that's a tremendous achievement. And I want to thank everybody for allowing us to continue to present these classes. And I look forward to joining you all next week again. So take us home, Mark. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Gianni, for this special visit. We're honored for you being here. And we thank the Keshe Foundation, because without the Keshe Foundation, all of this would be a mystery to us, that we could do more and more. But I'd like to play the Magrav is You, which obviously Gianni is showing that and his team quite beautifully. And then the final disclaimer and the meeting will come to an end. Is there anything else pressing we need to share or cover at this point? Okay, if not, then we're going to go right into this very short video, the Magrav is You. Let me just bring it up on the screen. This is from the 515th, I believe, Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And again, the target the whole time has been you, even though we never fully realized it, but we're coming into this. So thank you all, and have an amazing rest of your day. Next week, I guess we'll cover the Brazilian team is having a conference, which you can see in the after the break. Rick announced that, but we need to support them in that fashion too, as they're going to be reaching out and having a booth, and more they're receiving award, a humanitarian award, and so on and so forth. And but this is the MagRav is you. Then the final disclaimer, meeting will come to an end. Thank you all.
Now let's see how many of you understood that you came here to see magravs and reactors, and you never realized the target was you from the beginning of the time. You are that magrav, you are that reactor, and everything within you is said to do. If you have not understood something, I give you a clue. How the magrav is created out of you. Look at through the channels, the twists and turns and the pipelines in the cycle of your physicality, if you understand it. Look at your eggs and your testicles and all the holes and crevices and the pipes and the way they're shaped. Look at the structure of your stomach, your intestine, and look at the structure of the pipes in your brain. You are the magnet and all the coils in it. Now you understand how the game is played and how the fields within that decides if you receive a saving or energy, or you can have a free run. Those of you who looks for matter state, physical dimension energy, plug yourself into the wall. And those who understood about the work of the energy transfer in the dimension of the soul of the man, sit on top of the magrav, as I said many times, and feel its energy. Either way, you are the system. Either way, it's the soul of the system which counts. If you stay in the dimension of physicality of the man, you still that blue magrav on the table. And if you understand the energy transfers and existence, you're connecting to feed the whole of the universe and environment from that. Now you understand the game has been played in a full cycle. And now it's for you to understand how to play with this dynamic, physical, beautiful life. It does not need another dimension. It has another dimension, the dimension of the soul of physicality, to test itself. And then how to radiate. And then how to become part of the totality. As I said, we are universal teachers. We can teach in the same classroom as in the village, as I said last week. A toddler in the same room as this class has only one room. And to the boy who sits to go to university, and even we can bring the education of university and the PhD in the same room. It's just that if there is enough seat in that room, as the knowledge is the same and the teacher the same. Now you understand. You are that vessel. And your conduct by the ethos of Mitra decides your position, the place, the time. And if you understood and elevated your soul, understand the position of it, to become that passenger of the universe.
Disclaimer. The information and education
Thank you,
material
Mark.
contained
Thank you
herein
all.
is meant to promote the general
And we.
understanding and dialogue
Thank
of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.